Havoc and Phantom facing off on red line, where the favorite looks to bounce back. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 803 wins over Havoc. This historical edge usually carries through their matches, even though Havoc took their last meeting. We'll see if Phantom can reclaim that control here. Havoc pushes a 2-1 lead, putting Phantom on pressure. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. The best player on the ladder gets this back to even. Havoc edges ahead 3-2, keeping Phantom at bay. The best player on the ladder is feeling the heat. Phantom strikes back to tie it up at 3-3. The best player on the ladder is fighting to keep his lead. Phantom is starting to pull away here, taking 2 straight to grab the lead. The top-rated player on the ladder is asserting his will. Phantom wipes him off the ramp 3 in a row to make it 5-3. The rank 1 player is reclaiming his spot here. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to bring the score to 4-5. Coming off a tough 14-16 loss to Catalyst earlier. Havoc picks him off the Tetris to take the lead. That's 3 in a row for him. The underdog is flipping the script here. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to pull ahead once more. Phantom rank 1 on the ladder steadies the ship here. Phantom leads 7-5. This half tracks the pre-match read, with the favorite holding a narrow cushion. Phantom's 58% win rate on red line is showing here, as he maintains a slim lead heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom holds a 63% all-time win rate, and we are seeing that overall experience play out in this stretch. He is starting to distance himself from Havoc, just as the ladder suggests he should. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to break this momentum. Wow, he catches him off the ramp. Havoc survives on a sliver to keep this comeback alive. Insane, he survives that with only 20 HP. Phantom pulls ahead 9-7 to seize the momentum. The top-rated player on the ladder is finding his footing. He catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this resilient push back. Quickest exchange we've seen in this. Phantom extends the gap to 10-8, widening the lead. Phantom rank 1 on the ladder is making it look easy. Havoc knocks him off the Tetris, showing some real grit to keep this comeback moving. The underdog is refusing to go away. Boom! He takes him from the ramp to tie it up at 10-10. The favorite is suddenly fighting from behind here. Unreal. He takes the lead 11-10, making that 3 in a row as the comeback continues. The underdog is completely overturning the pre-match read. Clean as can be. He makes it 4 in a row and reaches match point. That was a lightning fast exchange to close it out. Whoa, he shuts it down. Phantom snaps the run and keeps this alive at 12-11. Pure reaction speed on that kill. Phantom catches him on the boxes to tie this at 12-12. We're headed to overtime. Havoc is the only one to beat him in their last 2 meetings. Boom, Havoc takes him from the ramp to win it 13-12, completing a gritty fight back. Insane, he just shuts the door in under 2 seconds. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out, winning the map 14-12. Phantom just shuts that down. He refuses to let the match slip away here. Coming off a tough 14-16 loss to Catalyst just now. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to take it 15-13, putting him on match point. The underdog is completely defying the ladder rankings here. Phantom shuts him down without taking a hit, keeping this alive at 15-14. Fastest exchange we've seen in this entire set. Insane. Havoc completes the comeback and takes the map. He really just shook the ladder rankings today. Phantom had the history and the rank, but he couldn't close it in overtime. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Havoc face off on orange with the favorite looking for a win. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history. While he usually owns this matchup, Havoc actually won their last meeting on this specific map. It will be interesting to see if that historical edge returns here. Havoc leads 2-1 and has the momentum now. The number 5 player on the ladder is struggling here. Wow, a complete slugfest. Catalyst survives by a hair to tie it up 2-2. Insane, he keeps dancing on the edge of death. Havoc grabs the lead 3-2 and takes control. Rank 6 on the ladder is playing his game here. Deadlocked at 3-3. Catalyst has clawed back into it. Pure speed on that last kill. These rounds are over in a blink. Catalyst is just too fast for him right now. 2 kills in exactly 2 seconds. Total parity at 4-4. Catalyst and Havoc are equal. Catalyst edges ahead 5-4 to reclaim the lead, coming off a tight 16-14 win against Phantom earlier. Catalyst is currently sitting at rank 5 on the ladder. He's playing like the better player today, and the scoreline is starting to reflect that gap in our rating. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Catalyst takes the first half 8-4. Everything is tracking to the pre-match read here as the favorite pulls away after a 4-round win streak. We'll see if Havoc can reverse this on the switch. Havoc needs a total reset. Catalyst cruises to 9-4, leaving Havoc in the dust. He's holding that top 10% spot on the ladder. Catalyst hits 10-4, completely suffocating Havoc now. Under 2 seconds and a full health bar. Havoc snaps that streak. He's fighting back to keep this within reach. Fastest kill of the match so far. Unreal, both players trade heavy damage in a blur of a fight, but Catalyst survives with a sliver of health to make it 11-5. He snaps that streak and puts himself at match point 12-5. The favorite is taking complete control of this one. Havoc denies the closeout, keeping himself alive to make it 12-6. Fast reaction there, under 2 seconds again. Boom! Catalyst shuts it down to take the map 13-6. He completely wipes away that last loss on orange and gets the revenge he wanted here. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Mapas, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge here. He's the best player on our ladder and he's looking to snap a recent losing streak against Catalyst. The question is if he can maintain this pace. Phantom leads 2-1 and is hunting for the closeout. Catalyst leads 317, 254 in their all-time head-to-head. Catalyst completely flips the script here, erasing that early lead to tie things up. Phantom, the best player on our ladder, is struggling here. Phantom edges ahead 3-2 to seize the momentum. The best player on our ladder reclaiming his spot. Phantom catches him right off the ramp to keep this streak alive. He's looking to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. Just like his 13-6 win over Havoc earlier today. Another one. He makes it 4 in a row without taking a single hit. The best player on our ladder, proving why he's rank 1. Catalyst breaks the run, taking this one without taking a hit to make it 3-6. Mirroring that recent 16-14 result between them. Phantom has gone 0-2 in the last 24 hours, making this win streak a vital shift in his day. He's fighting to erase a rough stretch of form while holding the lead here. We'll see if he can finally turn the tide. Phantom leads 9-3. He's completely defying the pre-match expectations here, pushing the favorite into a deep hole. That 70% win rate on Mapas is showing, and Catalyst has no answer for him right now. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom takes him from the ramp, putting Catalyst in a massive hole. Clean exit this time, no close. Quickest kill of the set, just a flash of the screen. Phantom catches him right on the ramp, but Catalyst is fighting back to keep this within reach. Unreal, he survives a total slugfest with just 18 HP to make it 4-11. Insane to see him survive 2 of these with almost nothing left. Whoa, both players nearly go down together in a brutal exchange, but he survives to reach match point. Total chaos, but he survives again with barely anything left. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit, delaying match point at 5-12. Cleanest kill of the half, just a snap of the wrist. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just completely shut down the H2H lead Catalyst had. Phantom's back in the win column at last. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom take on Italy with a favorite looking for a strong win today. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. He is the best player on our ladder, but is coming off a narrow loss to Havoc in their most recent meeting. The question is whether Phantom can reclaim that historical edge here. Havoc pushes the lead to 2-1 right now. The best player on our ladder makes his move. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. Havoc rank 6 on the ladder is playing the spoiler here. Havoc grabs another, putting him up 3-2. Blink and you missed it. 1 second is all he needed. Wow, a total slugfest. Havoc barely scrapes by to make it 4-2. Insane, he survives that with barely 21 HP left. Phantom claws 1 back to make it 4-3. Coming off a strong 13-5 win against Catalyst earlier. Phantom levels it up. We're all square at 4-4. Under a second for that kill. Boom. Phantom snaps the streak and takes 3 in a row to lead 5-4. The best player on our ladder is taking control. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row. The favorite is asserting that rank 1 status. Havoc takes some damage but manages to win the exchange before the break. Tough break for the favorite right before the half. 6-6 at the half. Havoc is defying the odds by holding his own against the top seed. Phantom had a 4-round streak to take the lead, but the underdog fought back to keep this dead even. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom edges ahead 7-6, stealing the momentum. Phantom's 66% win rate on this map usually proves decisive. Phantom has a 63% all-time win rate across thousands of matches. He's managing to translate that long-term consistency into a lead here, moving past the early struggle. The question is if Havoc can find a way to disrupt this flow. Phantom breaks the streak and keeps it rolling with 3 in a row. Havoc's 48% all-time win rate is showing as the pressure builds. He's simply too fast. That's 4 in a row for Phantom, leaving Havoc with nothing. Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill, bringing the score to 7-10. Just like that 16-14 victory he took over Phantom recently. Phantom is pulling away now, putting a 4-round cushion between him and Havoc. He's currently the highest rated player on our ladder. Phantom shuts down that run and reaches match point 12-7. He didn't even take a hit there. Boom! Phantom closes it out with a clean kill to take the map, 13-7. He settles the score after that narrow loss recently. Phantom just looks too comfortable on Italy. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Havoc facing off on Fast Aim with the favorite looking for another win. Catalyst has won 73% of their head-to-head matches over a massive sample size. He also took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion, showing he has the psychological edge here. The question is whether Havoc can break that pattern today. Catalyst leads 2-1 and is starting to pull away. He's currently ranked number 5 on the ladder. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other any room to breathe. Havoc's sitting just one spot behind him on the ladder. Catalyst picks him off the wine box from the ramp to keep the lead. Coming off that 13-6 win in their last meeting. Catalyst pushes to 4-2, really squeezing Havoc now. Under a second for that kill. He catches him from the window for 3 in a row, making it 5-2. The favorite is playing exactly to expectation here. Another one, that's 4 in a row for Catalyst, and he doesn't even take a hit. Havoc struggling to mirror that 16-14 win over Phantom. He knocks him off the wine box from the ramp for 5 in a row. He's mirroring that all-time lead of 681, 257 over him. He catches him from the ramp for 6 in a row, leaving Havoc trailing 2-8. He's playing like a top 10% talent on the ladder. He knocks him off the wine box for 7 in a row, heading into the break with a 9-2 lead. Wraps up the first half with him in total control. Catalyst leads 10-2 at the break. This is tracking the pre-match read as the favorite puts on a show with an 8-round win streak. Havoc needs a complete turnaround to stay in this. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst is just cruising through this, leaving Havoc with no answers as he closes in on the finish. He's playing like a top 10% talent on the ladder. He snaps that streak immediately and is now on match point at 12-2. Exactly the result expected from the favorite. Havoc wins the trade on the ramp, denying the match point to make it 12-4. Wow, a quick reaction to keep things in. Boom! He shuts the door from the ramp to take the map 13-3. He just had his number all day. Havoc couldn't find a way to stop him. Welcome to Italy. Catalyst and Phantom face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom holds a 66% win rate here, which is a strong historical advantage. It is interesting because Catalyst is currently the heavy favorite in this matchup. Despite that map gap, we have to see if Phantom can translate that map edge into a lead. Catalyst leads 2-1 as Phantom fights to stay alive. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. He's coming off a 13-5 win against him earlier today. Phantom claws back to take a 3-2 lead. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself here. Whoa, he survives by a thread. That bloodbath makes it 3 in a row for Phantom. Unreal, he's just refusing to go down. Another clean kill, that's 4 in a row for Phantom. Both players trade heavy damage, but he keeps it rolling with 5 in a row. The top rated player on the ladder is just taking over. Boom, Catalyst snaps the run with a clean kill to make it 3-6. Phantom catches him on the wine to push the lead to 7-3. Catalyst holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history. Phantom is coming off a 13-5 win against Catalyst earlier today, and that momentum is carrying straight into this match. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now, which is a shift from how these two usually match up. The question is if Catalyst can find a way to break this streak. Phantom leads 8-4. This is a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations, as the underdog is currently pulling off a surprise. That 5-round streak put him in total control of the first half. Side swap, time for a reset. Catalyst strikes back to bring it to 5-8. 2 fast kills in a row for 2 quick kills in a row, both under 2 seconds. Phantom extends it to 9-5, really pulling away now. Insane, that was a sub-half second kill. Catalyst is chipping away at that lead, making it a 3-round gap as he fights back. He's the number 5 rated player on the ladder. He shuts down the round with another clean kill, showing real resilience to bring this to 7-9. The favorite is finally feeling the heat. Phantom pushes to 10-7, keeping the distance wide. The best player on the ladder is just refusing to budge. Phantom is pulling ahead here, putting some serious distance between him and Catalyst. Sub 1 second again, just pure speed. Catalyst is keeping this close, refusing to let Phantom sail to a comfortable victory. Wow, he survives a total war to make it 9-11. He's showing incredible resilience here. Absolute war. He barely walked out of that one alive. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst as he claws back from that early deficit. Phantom halts the comeback to reach match point, making it 10-12. The underdog is nearly through after a wild second half. Boom! He deletes him in under a second to close it out, 13-10. Catalyst threw everything he had at him in that second half, but he just couldn't close the gap. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on the favorite Phantom in today's Berserk League duel. Phantom holds a significant lead with 804 career wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion, so he'll be looking to shake off this slow start. The question is whether Havoc can actually flip the script today. Havoc catches him from the ramp, taking 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is looking very human right now. 4 in a row, he's completely taking over this opening stretch. Hard to believe he's the best player on the ladder right now. Phantom answers back, snapping that run to keep it 4-1. Coming off a strong 13-7 win against him just now. Havoc surges to 5-1, leaving Phantom reeling. The underdogs completely flipping the script on the ladder's top seed. Phantom takes this one from the ramp, keeping this match within striking distance. The best player on the ladder trying to claw back. Phantom makes it 2 in a row, walking away without taking a hit as he claws back into this. 2 clean kills in 6 seconds total. Havoc is currently 1-3 in the last 24 hours, making this lead a huge departure from his recent form. He's playing way above his usual level today, especially since he's the underdog here. We have to wonder if he can keep this pace up. Havoc pulls ahead 7-3, leaving Phantom in the dust. The best player on the ladder is struggling to find an answer. Phantom grabs one back, making it 7-4 now. Clean kill in under 2 seconds. Havoc leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the 64% head-to-head win rate. Phantom holds over him. We expected the top seed to control this, but Havoc is pushing for a surprise victory. Side swap, time for a reset. Havoc extends his lead to 8-5, staying firmly in control. Quick read there, shutting down any moment. Phantom doesn't even take a hit here, showing real resilience as he cuts the lead to 8-6. Havoc pushes it to 9-6, keeping Phantom distant. He's playing against the best player on the ladder right now. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here, showing real grit as he cuts the lead to 9-7. The favorite's finally starting to stabilize. He knocks him off the Tetris, making it 2 in a row for Phantom. The favorite's finally making this a close fight. Wow! He wipes away the lead. 3 in a row for Phantom to tie it at 9-9. The ladder's top seed finally looks like the favorite. Phantom catches him from the ramp, taking 4 in a row to lead 10-9. Exactly how the ladder's top seed is supposed to close this out. He's untouchable. 5 in a row for Phantom, who hasn't taken a single hit here. 2 seconds flat, just a complete shutdown. 6 in a row. He's at match point after erasing that early deficit. Just a blur. Gone in a second and a half. Unreal. Havoc survives with just 14 HP to deny match point and keep this comeback alive. Insane poise to stay calm with nearly nothing left in the tank. Boom! Phantom closes it out, completing the comeback to take the map. He really had to sweat for this one. Havoc pushed the top seed to the limit today. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Havoc take on Redline today with the favorite looking to maintain their edge. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took their most recent meeting in a blowout, so he has a clear psychological edge here. We'll see if Havoc can break that pattern today. Wow, a complete slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 2 in a row. He's coming off a strong 13-3 win over Havoc today. Catches him right off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Our number 5 on the ladder isn't giving an inch. Havoc answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to bring it to 3-1. Quickest exchange of the match so far. Catalyst surges to 4-1, totally dominating the pace. Havoc's been struggling with a 4-loss streak lately. Havoc doesn't take a single hit here, showing real grit to pull it back to 4-2. Fastest kill of the match so far. Catalyst is sitting at a 78% win rate on this map. He's playing a player only one spot below him on the ladder, but the gap in their history here is wide. The question is if Havoc can actually bridge that divide. Catalyst picks him off the boxes, extending the lead to 6-3. Our number 5 on the ladder, holding the favorites line. Unreal. He survives a total bloodbath by a threat to bring this to 6-4. Man, both of them are dancing on the edge of death today. Insane. He survives a total slugfest with only 14 HP to make it 7-4 before the break. Perfect timing to wrap the half with a lead. Catalyst leads 7-5. This half tracks the pre-match read, with the favorite holding a steady lead. Havoc is staying competitive, but Catalyst's 73% head-to-head win rate is showing here. Side swap time to reset. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, extending that lead to 8-5. Our top 10 player is just playing his role here. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to bring it to 8-6. Quickest exchange we've seen in a while. Catalyst pushes to 9-6, keeping the pressure on. The top 10 presence is making it look easy. Havoc doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to pull it back to 9-7. Cleanest kill of the set so far. Catalyst hits 10, putting a firm grip on this. Havoc is fighting through a rough one for day. Havoc catches him from the ramp, continuing to claw his way back into this. Fastest exchange we've seen in several rounds. Havoc shuts him down from the ramp, snapping that streak to make it 10-9. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Catalyst shuts down that run right when it started to get dangerous. He's back in control here. Clean kill to keep the lead at 2. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 12-9, match point for Catalyst. Fastest exchange we've seen in several rounds. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just continues to on this matchup, proving once again why he's the one Havoc can't seem to crack. Welcome to Dunes! Catalyst and Phantom face off now with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom holds a 64% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggle here. It's a huge discrepancy in comfort that aligns with Phantom being the best player on our ladder. The question is whether Catalyst can overcome that map disadvantage. Phantom leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Catalyst. The best player on the ladder is feeling the heat. Unreal. He survives on just 3 HP after a chaotic exchange to tie it 2-2. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. The best player on the ladder is looking vulnerable. That's 4 in a row. He barely takes a hit to make it 4-2. Catalyst actually leads their head-to-head 317-256. Phantom answers back without taking a single hit, bringing it to 4-3. Phantom coming off that 13-10 win over him earlier today. Phantom strikes back to lock this at 4-4. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom to make it 5-4. Catalyst breaks that run to lock this up at 5-5. The number 4 guy on the ladder refuses to budge. Phantom edges ahead 6-5 to reclaim the lead. The highest rated player on the ladder is holding his ground. Six at the half. Catalyst is playing exactly to the expectations of a favorite, neutralizing the map advantage. Phantom usually enjoys here. We'll see if the Mom 1 player can find a way to break the deadlock after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom takes him from the box, and these rounds are ending in a blink. Blink and you miss it. That was practically instant. That locked at 7-7. Catalyst and Phantom are neck and neck. Under a second, he just deleted him. Catalyst grabs the lead, pushing it to 8-7. The favorite struggle continues after that 13-10 loss earlier today. Whoa, a complete slugfest. He scrapes through with just 19 HP to tie it at 8-8. Total war, both of them are fighting for every single pixel. Catalyst snipes him off the box to take a 1-round lead. He's coming off a strong 39 win over Havoc today. Phantom levels the playing field at 9-9. The best player on the ladder keeps it locked at 9-all. Catalyst surges ahead, claiming a 10-9 advantage. The favorite continues to outplay the top seed. Boom! That was half a second. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath to make it 12-9, match point for Catalyst. Man, he just can't find a way to stop this run. Phantom denies him without taking a hit, showing real resilience to make it 12-10. The clear favorite refuses to let this slip away. Phantom doesn't take a single hit to make it 12-11, showing great resilience as he fights back. Boom! Catalyst shuts it down without taking a hit to win the map. 13-11. He completely ignored the map stats to take this one down. Phantom fought back hard, but he just couldn't close it. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom take on Fast Aim, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took the last match between these two, so he knows exactly how to handle Havoc's style. The question is whether Havoc can break that pattern today. Havoc catches him right off the ramp to keep this tight. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. Havoc takes him from the ramp to grab the lead. The momentum has completely shifted here. Coming off a tough 13 loss to Catalyst on this map. Havoc knocks him off the ramp for 3 in a row. Underdog taking full control of the server right now. Phantom answers back from the ramp to tie it up at 3-3. The best player on the ladder refusing to let it slip. Phantom takes him off the toolbox to keep the streak alive. Phantom rank 1 on the ladder, reclaiming his territory. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Havoc coming off a rough 1-5 run today. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. Purely effortless. He didn't even trade a single point of health. Another one. He makes it 5 in a row, leaving Phantom untouched at 7-3. Total shutdown. He didn't even take a scratch. Havoc catches him from the ramp to break that run before the break. Tough way to end the half for the favorite. Quick exchange there to wrap the half. Phantom leads 7-5. This half is tracking expectations as the rank 1 player holds a slim edge. Havoc is fighting back, but is still battling a 64% head-to-head disadvantage against Phantom. Sides swap, let's get it. Phantom knocks him off the planks to keep the lead. These rounds are ending in a blink. Clean catch, didn't even let him breathe on those planks. Havoc catches him from the wine box, showing real resilience to pull this within 2. Fast exchange there, he didn't even let him settle. Havoc picks him off the planks, continuing the climb back after that early deficit. Our rank 1 player is starting to look vulnerable. Unreal. He survives on 9 HP after a total bloodbath to tie this up at 8-8. Insane to see him claw back from a 2-round deficit. Phantom answers back instantly, taking the round in under a second without taking a hit. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to push the lead back to 2. Our top-rated player reclaiming his status here. Phantom picks him off the ramp for 3 in a row, taking a 3-round lead. He's playing exactly like the best player on the ladder. Havoc snaps the run with a sub-second kill, showing great resilience to keep this within 2. Whoa, a total slugfest. He survives a brutal exchange to make it 2 in a row. Pure grit to survive that exchange and keep it close. Havoc catches him on the window for 3 in a row, tying this up at 11-11. Absolute deadlock with both players just 2 rounds from the finish. Phantom shuts down the run to take a 12-11 lead. He's at match point. Took a bit longer there, but he gets the job done. Boom. He deletes him without taking a single hit to take the map 13-11. Havoc really pushed the rank 1 player to the limit here, but he just couldn't close the gap. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Havoc face off on Dunes, with the favorite looking for another win. Catalyst has won 73% of their head-to-head matches over the long term. He actually beat Havoc in their most recent meeting as well, so he should have the confidence to flip this script. The question is if Havoc can use his map edge to keep this lead. Catalyst picks him off the box to tie this up at 2-2. He's currently sitting at number 3 on the ladder. Havoc surges ahead, putting Catalyst down 1-3. Havoc's coming into this after a tough 6-loss slide. Havoc dominates the set, pushing it to a 4-1 lead. Insane speed, just under 2 seconds again. Catalyst doesn't take a single hit here, showing real grit to keep this fight alive. Fastest kill of the set so far. Havoc is 1-6 in the last 24 hours, meaning this is his only win of the day. He is fighting against a trend of losses to keep this lead, and the pressure is on to see if he can actually close this out. He doesn't take a single hit here, snapping off 2 in a row to keep climbing back. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Havoc takes him from the box to keep a 2-round lead. He's fighting to avoid another loss like that. 9-13 result against Catalyst. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience as he narrows the gap before the break. (5-7) Havoc. The underdog is defying the rankings here and pushing for a surprise victory. Havoc is leaning on his 58% win rate on Dunes to keep the number 3 player in the world fighting from behind. Side swap, fresh start. He knocks him off the box without taking a hit, continuing this climb back into the game. Our highest rated guy on the ladder is making his move. Boom, he catches him from the box to tie it at 7-7, erasing that early deficit. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit and takes the lead 8-7 as the comeback continues. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 4 in a row as the comeback surges. Havoc halts that run, bringing the score to 9-8. He's fighting to avoid another 9-13 result like their last meeting. He cleans him up without taking a hit, extending the lead to 10-8 as the comeback continues. The favorite is asserting his rank as the gap widens. He snaps back with another clean win to make it 11-8, showing real resilience in this comeback. Fastest kill of the half right. Havoc doesn't take a hit here, showing real resilience to keep his comeback alive at 11-9. The underdog is fighting to flip the script on the favorite. He doesn't take a hit here, reaching match point at 12-9 after a gritty climb back. The favorite is reclaiming control of the server. Boom! He knocks Havoc off the box to complete the comeback and win the map. He really shook off that map disadvantage to get the job done. Havoc fought hard, but the history between these two just repeats. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! Catalyst and Phantom take on Orange today with the favorite facing a tough test on this map. Phantom holds a 62% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggles here. This puts the best player on our ladder in a great position to build an early lead. The question is if Catalyst can overcome his map history. Phantom leads 2-1 as Catalyst fights to keep pace. The best player on our ladder, showing why he's ranked first. Phantom is starting to pull ahead here, and he's doing it with some seriously fast kill times. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. Catalyst usually holds the edge in their head-to-head history. Another one, he doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 4 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row for Phantom. The favorite is just playing his natural game here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 6 in a row for Phantom. Hard to believe he's the underdog in their overall history. Both players land hits, but he survives the exchange to make it 7 in a row. Coming off a 13-11 win against him just now. Boom! Catalyst snaps the round with a clean kill to make it 3-8. The number 3 guy on the ladder refusing to go away. Catalyst leads their head-to-head history with 318 wins. He's playing with a lot of confidence after beating Phantom in their last meeting, and this recent run shows he's not intimidated by the top seed. The question is if he can turn this momentum into a full comeback. Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. The underdog is defying the overall head-to-head trend here, leaning on a 62% win rate on Orange to stay ahead. Catalyst is fighting back, but he's trailing the top seed. Sides swap, let's see the reset. Catalyst claws back to 5-8, narrowing the gap. The number 3 guy on the ladder is making his move. Phantom pushes back to 9-5, halting the surge. The highest rated guy on the ladder reclaiming control. Whoa, a complete slugfest. He survives by a threat to make it 10-5. Insane, he barely walked away from that one. Catalyst grabs one back to make it 6-10. Coming off a strong 6-2 run over the last day. Unreal, he survives a total war of attrition to make it 2 in a row. Pure chaos. Both players are living on the edge of their health bars. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst as he continues to erase that early deficit. Another clean kill. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst as he continues to erase that 7-round deficit. Phantom kills the round, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. The best player in the league regaining his footing. They both land hits, but he wins the exchange to reach match point. A quick exchange to keep the pressure on. Boom. He closes it out with 3 straight to take the map. He really leaned into that map advantage today. Catalyst fought back, but Phantom's comfort on Orange was just too much. Welcome to Mapas. We have Havoc taking on the favorite Phantom in this 1v1 rifle duel. Phantom leads the head-to-head record with 806 wins over Havoc. That historical edge carried over into their last meeting where Phantom also came out on top. The question is whether Havoc can break that pattern here. Havoc catches him from the ramp and keeps this streak alive. Phantom is the best player on the ladder right now. 3 in a row for Havoc, who's completely taken over this match. Coming off a rough 1-7 run today. Both fighting from the ramp, but he wins the trade to make it 4 in a row. Phantom's 6-3 day is taking a hit here. Boom. Phantom snaps the run with a clean kill to keep this fight alive. Pure speed on that kill to get back in this. Havoc entered this match with a 1-7 record over the last 24 hours. He's playing with a lot of desperation after that rough stretch. And it's translating into a surprising lead against the favorite. We'll see if he can maintain this energy. Havoc dominates the series, sitting comfortably at 6-2. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, looks shaken. Unreal. Both players nearly empty their clips, but he survives with 14 HP to make it 3 in a row. Insane to see him survive that with barely anything left. Phantom doesn't take a single hit, taking this one to make it 7-3. Clean response to shut that run down. Havoc catches him from the ramp. He's really pulling away from the favorite here. The top quartile player is just taking over. Havoc leads 8-4. We expected world number 1 to control this, but the underdog is flipping the script. Despite Phantom's 70% win rate on map pass, Havoc is the one playing with confidence heading into the switch. Side swap. Fresh start. Havoc holds an 8-5 cushion as we move on. Quick reaction there to keep this gap from widening. Fast kill there to keep the pressure. Phantom knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this comeback. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Both players land hits, but he survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. That exchange was a scrap, but he keeps the momentum. Havoc takes a bit of damage, but wins the scramble to make it 9-7. Messy scramble, but he finds the way to get back in front. Havoc pushes to 10-7, putting a grip on this. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to him on fast aim. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this comeback alive. Another clean kill for Phantom, who refuses to let this lead slip away. He's playing like the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Whoa, he wipes the slate clean with a perfect kill to tie this at 10-10. Complete reset of the board just as we hit the final stretch. Phantom wipes him off the ramp without taking a hit, making it 4 in a row. The favorite finally looks like the man to beat. Another perfect kill. That's 5 in a row for Phantom. And he's now at match point. Pure speed on that kill to close the... Boom. He closes it out without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. That 6-round tear at the end was the difference. Havoc played out of his mind to push this close, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst takes on Havoc today with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Havoc takes him from the ramp, starting this off with a quick win. Catalyst rank 3 on the ladder, starts on the back foot. Unreal. A total slugfest that leaves him with just 9 HP, making it 2-0. Havoc doesn't even take a hit here. 3 in a row. He's playing far better than that 1-8 run today suggests. He doesn't even take a hit 4 in a row for Havoc. A complete reversal from their last meeting. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to snap that run, making it 4-2. He's historically owned this matchup with a 73% win rate. Another one for Catalyst, who doesn't take a single hit while chipping away at that lead. Favorite is starting to assert himself now. Havoc enters this match with a 1-8 record in the last 24 hours. He is fighting a steep uphill battle based on his recent form. Yet he's currently keeping the lead. The question is whether Havoc can actually hold this against a player who has won their last 5 meetings. Havoc holds a commanding 6-3 lead, heading into 9. Fastest kill of the match so far. These rounds are over in a blink, neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Havoc pulls ahead 8-3, putting on a clinic. Our rank 8 player is flipping the script here. Havoc leads 8-4. The underdog is defying every expectation here, especially since Catalyst holds a 74% win rate on this map. Havoc is playing out of his mind and puts the favorite in a hole. Sides, swap, let's see the... Catalyst takes him from the ramp, chipping away at that lead with another quick win. Our rank 3 player is finally finding an answer. Wow, he knocks him off the ramp and survives with just 10 HP. Insane. Both of them are dancing on the edge of death today. Catalyst is sitting at rank 3 on the ladder, yet he's currently staring down a 5-round deficit. It's a strange reversal since he usually owns this matchup, but Havoc is playing the role of the spoiler perfectly today. The question is whether the favorite can actually bridge this gap. Havoc breaks the run and hits match point, taking 4 in a row. The underdog is completely flipping the script today. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just completely tore up the history books here, taking down the rank 3 player despite that brutal losing streak. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom face off on red line where the favorite looks to keep their momentum going. Phantom takes it from the ramp, starting things off strong despite Catalyst usually having the edge in this matchup. Phantom is currently the best player on our ladder and he's playing like it right now. He's already beaten Catalyst once today, meaning he's effectively ignoring the historical edge. Catalyst usually holds in this pairing. The question is whether the number 4 player can find a way to respond. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece between Catalyst and Phantom. Coming off a 39 win against him just now. Phantom is pulling ahead here, putting a bit of distance between himself and Catalyst as we move forward. The best player on the ladder proving why he's top seed. Phantom leads 4-2, really squeezing Catalyst here. Pure speed, putting this one away in under 3 seconds. Unreal. Both players stare into each other, but Catalyst survives with just 13 HP to make it free. Phantom takes it from the ramp, keeping the pressure on Catalyst as he pushes his lead to 6-3. The favorite holding his ground despite the historical gap. Catalyst takes it from the ramp and now we've got a 1-round game on our hands. Quick reaction putting this one away in under 3 seconds. Complete deadlock at 5-0 for Catalyst and Phantom. He's fighting back after a tough 5-13 loss to Havoc. Insane. He survives with a single point of health to make it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is suddenly under fire. Catalyst leads 7-5. The favorite's playing exactly as expected, using a 4-round streak to seize control. He's leaning on that 78% win rate on red line to keep the top seed at bay. Side swap, let's see a response. Both players fighting for the ramp, but Phantom wins the race to make this a 1-round game. Pure speed, cleaning that up in under 3 seconds. Both players fight for the ramp, but Phantom wins the race to take the lead. Highest rated guy on the ladder, making it a dead heat. Catalyst edges ahead 8-7, snatching the lead back. Matting the 55% head-to-head lead he holds over him. Phantom ties it up at 8-8. We're completely level. Clean shot, wrapping that up in 2 seconds. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react. Blink and you miss it, wrapping that up in 1.3 seconds. Wow, wow, wild trade-off from the ramp. And Catalyst barely hangs on to make it 10-8. That's the 3rd time he survived a scrap with under 30 health. Whoa, a chaotic trade-off from the ramp, but he survives the scrap to make it 3 in a row. Pure chaos, leaving him with just 20 health again. Catalyst takes it from the ramp to make it 4 in a row. Match point. Underdog completely flipping the script on the favorite here. Phantom catches him from the ramp, snapping off that streak to keep this alive. The top seed refuses to let this one slip away. Boom! Catalyst shuts it down from the ramp to take the map 13-9. He just kept winning those low HP scrambles when it mattered most. Tough way to drop one for the top seed. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom take on the Dunes with the favorite facing a tough test. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 807 wins over Havoc. He usually handles this matchup well, and the ladder shows him as the best player in the league. We have to see if Havoc can actually flip the script today. Havoc levels it up. We're deadlocked at 1 apiece. Havoc seizes the lead, putting Phantom down 2-1. Phantom is starting to push the pace here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Sub 2 seconds, just a pure reflex check. Phantom claws back the edge, leading it 3-2. Phantom rank 1 reclaiming his spot as the favorite. Havoc forces a tie, making it 3-all. Havoc rank 7 refusing to be intimidated by the top seed. Phantom starting to pull away slightly, and he's doing it with some incredibly fast reactions. Phantom just took 13-10 in their last meeting. Havoc has gone 2-8 in the last 24 hours. He's fighting an uphill battle against a player who is currently playing much better today. The question is whether Havoc can break this slump before the gap grows too wide. Phantom pulls ahead, taking a 6-4 command of the set. He's typically the slight favorite in this matchup. We got the total deadlock here. It's a complete toss-up heading into the final round of the half. Fast exchange there, keeping this set within 1. 6 at the break. Havoc is defying the odds here, keeping the league's top-rated player from pulling away. Despite a 2-8 record over the last day, Havoc has held his own in this first half. Sides, swap, fresh start. Phantom knocks him off the box to reclaim the lead. Phantom rank 1, proving why he's the best player on the ladder. Phantom knocks him off the box to keep this streak rolling. 2 straight for him, putting a 2-round gap in this set. Another for him. That's 3 in a row for Phantom, pushing the lead to 9-6. Mirroring that 13-10 result from their most recent meeting. And again, 4 in a row for Phantom, who didn't take a single point of damage. Insane speed there, barely over a second. Havoc snaps the streak with a clean hit, cutting the gap to 7-10. Clean hit there, keeping the gap. Phantom is pulling ahead here, and he's starting to put a real grip on this set. His 63% win rate on this map is showing. Phantom shuts that run down without taking a hit. He's at match point, leading 12-7. Fastest kill of the set so far. Boom. Phantom knocks him off the box to take the map. He just keeps the streak alive in the head-to-head. Havoc put up a fight early, but he couldn't stop the top seed. Welcome to Orange. Catalyst and Havoc face off now with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history. Despite that long-term match, Havoc took their most recent meeting in a convincing win. The question is whether Catalyst can reclaim his usual control here. Catalyst leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. Our rank 3 player is asserting that ladder gap early. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Catalyst. Havoc enters this one struggling with a 2-9 record today. Both players trade heavy damage, but he edges it out. That's 4 in a row. Coming off a 13-9 win against Phantom just now. Havoc snaps their run with a clean kill, showing some real resilience to keep this close at 4-2. Clean kill, barely 2 seconds of action. Another for Havoc, who keeps fighting back to keep this a 1-round game. 2 kills in under 4 seconds. Boom, he doesn't even take a hit to tie this up at 4-4-3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script entirely. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row, taking the lead 5-4. Catalyst answers back without taking a hit, bringing this tie to 5-5. The rank 3 player refuses to let it slide. Catalyst naps the lead again at 6-5. Havoc actually holds the map edge here despite the score. 6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected, with both players trading 4-round streaks to keep it dead even. Havoc is leaning on his 49% map win rate to stay competitive against the higher ranked favorite. Side swap, fresh start. Whoa, he catches him from the ramp in a razor-thin fight to take the lead, 7-6. Barely survived that one with just 21 HP. Havoc levels it up. We're deadlocked at 7-7. Fast kill, barely a second of action. He pulls ahead, 8-7, continuing to climb back after that early deficit. Another lightning fast kill, barely over a second. Insane. A complete bloodbath where he survives with only 8 HP to make it 9-7. He's just refusing to go down to the... He keeps it rolling, 3 in a row for Havoc, who's now 3 rounds clear at 10-7. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match script. Wow, a total scrap where he survives by a threat to make it 4 in a row. Our rank 3 player is completely losing the plot here. Catalyst puts a stop to that run, making it 8-11. He's a top 5% player on the ladder for a reason. He does it again without taking a hit, showing real grit to pull this within 2. The favorite is finally stabilizing after a rough stretch. Havoc catches him from the ramp without taking a hit. Match point! The underdog is completely rewriting the script today. He doesn't take a scratch, showing real resilience to keep this alive at 10-12. Fast kill, barely a second and a half of action. Boom, boom. They both trade heavy damage, but Havoc survives the scrap to complete the comeback and take the map. He just couldn't shake him today, scraping through 3 separate fights with almost nothing left. Huge upset against the rank 3 player, hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom face off on fast aim, with the favorite looking for a big win. Catalyst picks him right off the ramp to start things off. The best player on the ladder starting on the back foot. Catalyst holds a 319-257 lead in their head-to-head history. He's historically on this matchup, and that psychological edge seems to be outweighing the fact that Phantom is the best player on our ladder. We'll see if the rank 1 player can shake this off. Phantom answers back instantly, deleting him in under a second to keep this close. He doesn't even take a hit, showing real resilience to make it 3-2. The ladder's highest rated player is finally starting to push back. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, denying that window peek to push the lead to 4-2. Another close one, leaving him with just 33 HP. Unreal, a complete scrap where he barely survives with 13 HP to keep this fight alive. Man, both of them are living on the edge of their health bars. Catalyst takes him off the toolbox to push the lead to 5-3. The favorite's struggling to find an answer for him today. Phantom catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, showing real grit to make it 5-4. The underdog is refusing to fold here. Wow, a total slugfest where he comes out on top to tie it 5-5. The highest rated guy on the ladder has completely neutralized the lead. Phantom makes it 3 in a row without taking a hit, taking the lead before the break. Perfect timing to wrap the half. He didn't even let him get a shot off there. 6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected, with the favorite holding his ground against the rank 1 player. Phantom has a 67% win rate on this map, but he hasn't been able to pull away yet. Side swap, fresh start. He survives a quick exchange to take the lead, continuing this stubborn climb back into the match. The favorites finally asserting that expected control. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to pull ahead. These two are trading blows every single round. Coming off a 13-9 win in their last meeting. Catalyst edges ahead 8-7, barely gripping the lead. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but he's struggling here. Phantom doesn't take a single hit to tie it 8-8, showing incredible resilience. Catalyst picks him right off the window to reclaim the lead. Rank 4 is really playing his role as the spoiler here. Catalyst has been 7-5 in the last 24 hours, and that steady momentum is carrying him here. He just came off a close loss to Havoc, so he's likely playing with a chip on his shoulder to bounce back. The question is whether Phantom can stop this slide. Catalyst is pulling away here. He's putting a real cushion between himself and the rank 1 player. Phantom coming off a strong 13-7 win over Havoc today. Phantom knocks him off the ramp, refusing to let this lead slip as he claws back. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Phantom catches him from the window without taking a hit to tie it 11-11. Cleanest kill of the match so far. Another one for him. That's 3 in a row for Phantom, and he's now at match point. The favorite is finally playing to his seat. Boom, he wipes him off the ramp to complete the comeback and take the map. He finally breaks that head-to-head curse against Catalyst. This one was a total toss up until the very end. What a fight. Welcome to Italy. Havoc and Phantom face off now, with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Phantom leads the all-time head-to-head with 808 wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent meeting 13-7, making this early lead for Havoc a bit of a surprise. The question is whether Phantom can stabilize here. Phantom edges ahead 2-1 to seize the momentum. The best player on the ladder taking control early. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder asserting his authority early. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. Coming off a strong 9-4 run over the last day. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row for Phantom. Our best player on the ladder making it look easy. Another one. He closes this out in half a second without taking a single hit, 6 in a row. Both players land shots, but he survives the exchange to make it 7 in a row. He's just too fast. 8 in a row for Phantom, and he doesn't take a single hit. Unreal, he survives a bayonet rush and keeps the streak alive at 9 in a row. The best player on the ladder just making it look effortless. Boom! Havoc snaps the streak from the Tetris to make it 3-9 before the break. Clean kill to wrap the half. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead into the break. This half played out exactly as expected for the top seed, highlighted by a 9-round win streak. Havoc needs a new approach to close this gap. Sides, swap, fresh start. Havoc is currently 3-9 in the last 24 hours, but he's playing some of his best frames of the day right now. He's managing to push back against the best player on the ladder despite the historical gap. We'll see if he can keep this momentum going. Phantom holds a commanding 10-5 lead here. The best player on the ladder answering back. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react. The #1 player on the ladder reclaiming control. He picks him off the wine to reach match point and keep the streak alive at 3. Favorite reclaiming his spot at the top of the ladder. Boom! He knocks him off the wine to take the map. He's just got Havoc's number today. That half-second reaction time was simply too much to handle. Welcome to Redline. Catalyst and Havoc face off today with the favorite looking to secure another win. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history, but Havoc just beat him in their last meeting. It is a tough spot for the favorite, who is currently on a 2-game slide. We will see if Catalyst can reclaim his historical edge here. Havoc doesn't even take a hit here. 3 in a row. The rank 5 guy is struggling to find an answer. Unreal. He doesn't even take a scratch, making it 4 in a row. Boom! Catalyst snaps that run with a lightning fast kill, bringing it to 4-2. He does it again. 2 in a row for Catalyst as he claws back into this. The favorite is finally starting to look like the better player. Havoc picks him right off the ramp to keep the lead. Havoc is playing way above his 20% recent form here. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. 2 rounds played out almost identically in time. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives by a threat to make it 2 in a row. Man, he's just refusing to go down. He catches him on the boxes to tie it up at 5-5, 3 in a row. Cleanest kill of the set to even things up. Wow, that's 4 in a row. He's completely flipped the script before the break. Perfect timing to wrap up the first half. Catalyst leads 7-5. This is tracking with expectations as the favorite maintains his edge despite some wild momentum swings. He relies on a 78% win rate on Redline to keep Havoc at arm's length heading into the second half. Side swap, time to reset. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to lead 8-5. The favorite is firmly back in control here. Doesn't take a single hit here, making it 2 in a row to lead 9-5. The favorite is playing exactly like the ladder expects. Pure speed. He doesn't take a scratch to make it 3 in a row and a 10-5 lead. Sub 2 seconds. He's just too fast right now. Untouched. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst as he continues this climb. Insane speed. Barely over a second. Havoc catches him from the ramp to snap the run. Both of these guys are in the top quartile of the ladder. Havoc has a real chance here if he can keep this momentum going and chip away at that lead. Whoa, both players trade heavy damage in a scrap that leaves him at 12-7. Match point. Tough scrap, but he survives the exchange. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to keep the match going at 12-8. Took nearly 5 seconds for that exchange to settle. Havoc strikes first in a blink, making it 2 in a row to keep this alive. Boom! Catalyst wipes him off the ramp without taking a hit to complete the comeback and win the map. He stops the slide and gets his historical edge back. Havoc pushed him, but the favorite was just too consistent today. Welcome to Mapas. Catalyst and Phantom face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggles here. This edge is pairing well with the fact that Phantom also took their most recent head-to-head. The question is if Catalyst can overcome the map disadvantage. Phantom leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Catalyst. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, stays in control. Catalyst picks him up from the ramp, and we've got a dead heat here. He's coming off a 13-9 win over Havoc. Phantom edges ahead, 3-2, keeping the lead. Gone in just over a second. Phantom pulls away to a 4-2 cushion. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is simply outclassing him. Catalyst has the historical edge in their head-to-heads, and is starting to make this feel like a toss-up. The rank 4 guy is refusing to back down. Catalyst fights back to tie it up at 4-4. Phantom enters this one coming off a strong 13-5 win over Havoc. He doesn't miss. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst, taking a 5-4 lead. The favorite is finally feeling the pressure. Boom! He survives a heavy exchange to make it 4 in a row. Unreal. He barely walked away from that one with 47 health. Another clean one. He makes it 5 in a row and heads into the break with a 7-4 lead. Wraps the half with a clean sweep of this stretch. Catalyst leads 7-5. This is tracking with expectations for the favorite, despite Phantom having a 70% win rate on this map. Catalyst takes the momentum after winning 5 straight rounds to close the half. Sides. Swap. Let's see the reset. Catalyst picks him up from the ramp to extend the lead to 8-5. He leads the all-time head-to-head 319-258. Catalyst is sitting on an 8-6 record in the last 24 hours, but he's playing like he's much hotter than that. He's completely flipped the script on the best player on the ladder. And now he's just a few rounds away from closing this out. Catalyst cruises to 10-6, nearly putting this away. Phantom's 10-4 run over the last day isn't showing here. Catalyst is just pulling away now, putting a serious gap between himself and the rank 1 guy. Phantom's 80% win rate in his last 10 isn't translating here. Wow, he survives a scrap to make it 3 in a row. Catalyst is at match point. Barely escaped that one with 47 health. Insane. He wins the scrap and takes the map with 4 in a row. He completely ignores the map stats and the rankings to pull off the upset here. Catalyst just had his number today. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for Havoc versus Phantom, where the clear favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 809 wins over Havoc. He's usually the one coming out on top in this pairing, including a convincing win against Havoc earlier today. The question is whether Havoc can actually flip the script this time. Phantom edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. The best player on the ladder asserting his authority. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Phantom pulls further ahead, now leading 3-2. The best player on the ladder making it look easy. Havoc fights back to tie it up at 3-3. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is feeling the heat. Phantom takes the lead again. He's just not letting Havoc build any real momentum here. Coming off a 10-5 run over the last day. Havoc forces a dead heat at 4-4. Under 2 seconds for that kill. Havoc grabs the lead, making it 5-4. Havoc is flipping the script after that 5-13 loss earlier. Right back to a deadlock. Neither one of these guys can put together a real run to pull away. Rank 1 on the ladder, keeping things tight. Havoc clinches a 6-5 lead, staring down the finish. Barely survived that one with 48 health. 6 at the half. We expected the rank 1 player to take control, but Havoc is holding his own despite Phantom's 62% win rate on orange. He can't shake the underdog here. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom recaptures the lead, 7-6, reclaiming the advantage. Another narrow escape for him, barely holding on with 34 health. Havoc locks it back up at 7-7. The ladder's top seed can't find a way to pull ahead. Havoc is putting together a real run here, taking control of the momentum just as we hit the home stretch. Coming off a tough 3-11 run over the last day. Unreal. A total bloodbath that leaves him with just 14 health, tying it up at 8-8. Insane. He just can't be put away. Havoc surges ahead, 9-8 to seize the lead. Under 2 seconds to shut that down. Phantom strikes back to make it 9-9. The highest rated player on the ladder refusing to stay down. Phantom is putting together a real run here, finally pulling away just as we hit the closing stretch. Both rounds taking over 3 seconds to settle. Phantom snaps the streak with a clean kill, making it 3 in a row. Coming off that 13-5 win over him on AIM Italy P. Boom! He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row. Match point for Phantom. Pure efficiency, ending that in under 2 seconds. Whoa! Havoc snaps that run with a clean kill to keep the dream alive. The underdog refuses to let the favorite close this out easily. Another clean kill for Havoc. He's showing incredible resilience to pull this back to 11-12. 2 clean kills in a row for... Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to tie 12-12, forcing overtime after that 3-round surge. Both players traded heavy damage, but Phantom survives the scrap to take a 13-12 lead. A scrappy win to keep the lead. Phantom is pulling away again. He's taking control of this overtime just when it mattered most. Clean kill this time, no health loss. Both Both players traded heavy hits, but Havoc digs deep to bring this to 13-14. 2 seconds for that kill to keep this going. Phantom shuts it down in under 2 seconds to reach match point 15-13. The favorite is just refusing to let this slip. Havoc refuses to break, walking away without a scratch to make it 14-15. Clean look, just over 2 seconds to settle that. Insane. A total scrap that leaves him clinging on with 22 health to tie it 15-15. Absolute chaos. Both players just refuse to stay down.
Terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win. Terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win.
He just barely survives, twice under 30 health in overtime to keep that head-to-head lead intact. Phantom holds on to his #1 spot. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Havoc are ready to go, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Catalyst picks him right off the ramp to start things off. He's ranked 3 on the ladder for a reason. Catalyst has won 73% of their head-to-head meetings over time. He actually beat Havoc in their most recent match as well, so he knows exactly how to handle this matchup. The question is whether Havoc can break that historical pattern today. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece for Catalyst and Havoc. Insane speed on that kill. Just 1 second. Catalyst picks him off the Tetris from the ramp, and now he's got the momentum shifting his way. He's coming off a strong 13-6 win against Phantom. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. Havoc's been struggling today, sitting at 312 over the last 24 hours. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst. The favorite is just playing his game here. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 5 in a row. The top 5% talent on the ladder is showing. He's just not missing. 6 in a row for Catalyst. Havoc is on a real slide after 3 straight losses overall. Finally, Havoc snaps the run and brings it to 7-3. Havoc is fighting a tough run after that 16-19 loss to Phantom. Catalyst has a 74% win rate on this map, which usually makes him a lock in these matchups. However, Havoc has a 3-12 record in the last 24 hours and is fighting just to stay competitive here. We'll see if Havoc can keep this momentum going. Catalyst leads 8-4 at the break. This is playing out exactly as we expected, with the favorite using a 6-round streak to build a lead. Havoc needs to tighten up to close this gap. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst extends the gap to 9-4, just dominating. He's on a 2-win streak heading into this one. Catalyst hits 10, leaving Havoc stranded at 4. Havoc's 20% win rate over his last 10 is showing. These rounds are ending in a blur. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Havoc is fighting a 3-loss slide overall. Catalyst is just pulling away now, making it a 6-round lead for the favorite. Barely survived that one with only 32 HP left. Doesn't take a single hit to break that streak. Catalyst is at match point. The favorite is simply holding his ground here. Whoa, a total slugfest. Havoc takes the hit and fights back to keep this alive at 12-6. Both of them barely walking away from that exchange. Havoc makes it 2 in a row, leaving Catalyst needing 1 more to close this out at 12-7. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row, barely surviving a chaotic exchange. Boom! A total bloodbath where he barely survives to take the map 13-8. He just couldn't shake the history here. Havoc fought back hard at the end, but Catalyst keeps his hold on this matchup. Tough loss for Havoc. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Dunes, where the favorite looks to secure a win. Whoa, Phantom catches him from the box and barely survives the exchange to go up 0-1. Catalyst knocks him off the box and evens things up. These rounds are over in a blink. Unreal, a battle on the box that leaves him with just 12 HP to take the lead 2-1. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. Tough look for the best player on the ladder right now. He takes a lot of damage but still finds the kill, 4 in a row. He's playing the best player on the ladder like a rookie. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row for Catalyst. A total reversal from Phantom's 63% win rate on this map. Both players trade heavy damage, but he digs deep to make it 6 in a row. Coming off that 13-6 win against him on Mapas 2. Finally, Phantom snaps that run with a clean kill to make it 6-2. Our best player on the ladder is finally fighting back. Phantom is currently 11-5 in the last 24 hours, and he is using that momentum to erase the early lead. He is playing much closer to his top seed status now that the match has settled. The question is whether Catalyst can stop this slide before the half. Catalyst holds a firm 7-3 lead as we hit 10. Catalyst holds a 322-158 edge in their head-to-head history. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with just 11 HP to break the streak before the break. Pure chaos, but he keeps coming out on top. Catalyst leads 9-3 at the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected despite Phantom's 63% win rate on Dunes. Catalyst puts a huge gap between them and enters the second half with all the momentum. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom claws one back, but Catalyst still leads 9-4. Blink, and you missed it just over a second there. The best player on the ladder refuses to go away. Catalyst hits double digits to lead 10-4. The top 3 in the league battling it out here. Catalyst has a 71% all-time win rate, but is fighting against a player who usually owns this map. Phantom is finally using that home field advantage to chip away at the lead. The question is whether Catalyst can close this out before the momentum shifts completely. These rounds are flying by. It's becoming a total coin flip as they trade kills back and forth. Phantom is the best player on the ladder for a reason. He doesn't take a single hit to reach match point. The clear pre-match favorite is struggling to find an answer. Boom. He shuts the door with a clean kill to win the map 13-6. He completely ignores the map stats here. Just another one for Catalyst in this rivalry. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Phantom face off on Italy, where the favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, but Havoc is fighting a 3-13 record from the last 24 hours. He's playing like someone with nothing to lose against a top-tier opponent. The question is whether Phantom can shut this down early. Havoc leads 2-1. Phantom needs a response now. Phantom is the best player on the ladder right now. These rounds are ending in a blur. Neither player is giving the other a second to even breathe. He's coming off an 11-6 run over the last day. Wow, a complete scrap. He survives with just 14 HP to make it 3-2. Phantom's 63% all-time win rate usually makes him the safe bet. Havoc pushes to 4-2. Phantom is slipping. Gone in under 3 seconds. Phantom claws back to 4-3. He's still in this. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is settling in. Havoc picks him right off the wine to extend this lead. Gone in under 2 seconds. Phantom leads their head-to-head 810 to 459 over the long haul. He usually has the answer for Havoc, and he actually won their most recent meeting just before this. The question is whether Phantom can reverse this momentum before the lead grows. Phantom picks him off the Tetris, snapping the streak and showing real grit before the break. Perfect timing to tighten this up before the break. It's 6-6 at the break. Havoc is defying the rankings here, holding his own against the #1 player in the world. Phantom's 66% map win rate hasn't given him the edge yet. Sides, swap, clean slip. Havoc edges ahead, 7-6 to reclaim the lead. Gone in under 2 seconds to snap that run. Phantom is still the highest rated guy on the ladder. He doesn't even take a hit, erasing Havoc to tie it at 7-7. He's showing real resilience here. Phantom knocks him off the wine to take the lead, 8-7, continuing this climb. 2 quick kills in a row to flip the script. Havoc strikes back to deadlock this at 8-8. Gone in under 2 seconds to level the game. Both players landed shots, but he survives the exchange to make it 8-9. He's showing real resilience after that early deficit. He doesn't take a single hit, snapping that streak to make it 8-10 as the comeback continues. Both players landed hits, but Phantom wins the trade to make it 3 in a row. Another one gone in under 3. Havoc doesn't take a hit, showing real resilience to make it 9-11. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Phantom doesn't take a hit to reach match point, continuing this gritty climb back into the lead. Clean win in under 2 seconds. Unreal. A total bloodbath that he barely survives to finish the comeback and take the match. Havoc really pushed the #1 guy to the brink, but he just couldn't close it out. He had to work for that. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Havoc face off on Mapas, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history. He usually controls this matchup, but Havoc has the edge on this specific map. The question is whether that map familiarity can override the historical gap. Catalyst leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. He's currently the number 3 player on the ladder. Another one for Catalyst. He's won 3 in a row and barely took a hit. Coming off a tough 3-14 run over the last day. That's 4 in a row. He's completely taken over this match. Just like that 13-8 win they had earlier today. Boom! Havoc snaps the run with a clean hit, showing some real resilience to keep this close. Wow, a total shutout in under 2 seconds. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 2 in a row as the comeback continues. The underdog is flipping the script here. Catalyst enters this match with an 11-6 record over the last 24 hours. He is playing with a level of confidence that Havoc hasn't found all day, given how poorly the underdog has performed in his recent games. The question is if Havoc can find a way to break this momentum. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The top 5% player is firmly back in control. Havoc reacts first to break the run right before the break. Fastest round of the set so far. Catalyst leads 8-4. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite ignoring Havoc's map advantage to take the lead. Catalyst holds a 73% head-to-head win rate, and he looks every bit the superior player here. Side swap, time for a reset. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, pushing the lead to 5 rounds. Havoc is currently struggling through a 5-loss streak in his last 10. Catalyst pushes to 9-5, widening the gap further. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, refuses to fade. Havoc claws back to 9-6, keeping this alive. 2 quick hits in a row for the underdog. Both of them were fighting for the ramp there, but Catalyst reacts just a split second faster. Coming off a clean 13-6 win against Phantom earlier. Catalyst hits 10, leaving Havoc trailing by 3. Under a second for that kill. Catalyst is pulling away here, putting a serious dent in any hopes of a Havoc comeback. Both players trade heavy damage, but Catalyst survives the scrap to reach match point. Insane to see him survive that with only 47 HP left. Havoc shuts him down without taking a hit, delaying the finish at 12-8. Cleanest hit of the set to keep this alive. Game over. Catalyst wipes him off the ramp to take the match 13-8. He completely ignored the map disadvantage to keep that head-to-head streak alive. Catalyst just has Havoc's number. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom face off on red line, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 321-258 over Phantom. He also took their most recent meeting in a comfortable fashion, which seems to be weighing on the best player on our ladder. The question is if Phantom can flip the script here. Phantom holds the ramp to even this up, keeping the score locked at 1-all. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself early. Phantom catches him from the Tetris to keep this streak alive. The best player on the ladder is proving it right now. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on our ladder is taking control. He knocks him off the ramp. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. Coming off a 13-6 loss to him just now. Boom, Catalyst snaps the run with a clean kill to bring it to 2-4. The favorite can't let the underdog take the lead here. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 2 in a row, showing real resilience here. Phantom is entering this match 12-6 in the last 24 hours. He's matching Catalyst's recent pace exactly, though he's doing it while carrying the pressure of being the best player on our ladder. The question is if he can sustain his lead against the player with a much higher win rate here. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to start another 3-round streak. Rank 3 just can't find an answer for him. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to break the run before the break. Just in time to wrap the half. He's coming off a 5-win streak in his last 10. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This is a surprising start given Catalyst's 79% win rate on red line. The underdog is defying the odds and putting the favorite on his heels early. Side swap, fresh start. He wins the trade on the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this gritty comeback. The highest rated guy on the ladder is feeling the pressure now. Phantom snipes him off the ramp. These rounds are over in a blink. That was over in a blink. Clean kill, just over 2 seconds to wrap that up. He doesn't take a single hit, showing real resilience as he claws back to 7-8. Favorite is fighting to get this back to a deadlock. Phantom snipes him off the ramp to keep this lead and move just a few rounds away from victory. He's coming off a 13-9 win over Havoc today. Phantom snipes him off the ramp. He's really pulling ahead here. The top seed is firmly in the driver's seat. Catalyst shuts him down from the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this gritty fight back. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Phantom is pulling away here, putting a 3-round gap between himself and the favorite. Best player on the ladder, asserting his authority here. Phantom shuts him down from the ramp to reach match point. Cleanest kill of the set, barely a second of hesitation. Pure precision to shut the door on that comeback. Catalyst fights back to make it 9-12, denying the immediate finish. Fast exchange there, barely 2 seconds to get that one back. Whoa, he survives a scrap to make it 2 in a row, refusing to let this match slip. Tough break for Phantom to let 2 slip right here. Wow, he takes him from the ramp without taking a hit. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. Favorite is seeing the script flip in real time. Insane. He survives a total scrap to make it 4 in a row, forcing overtime at 12. 12. Absolute chaos to end regulation, barely keeping his health above 0. Phantom halts the momentum with a blink and you miss it. Kill to lead 13-12. Under a second to shut that down. He knocks him off the ramp to tie it at 13-13, showing incredible heart in this comeback. The favorite is fighting to reclaim his spot at the top. A scrap from the ramp ends with Catalyst taking it without taking a hit, moving ahead 14-13. The clear favorite just loses his grip on the set. They are locked in a total deadlock. Neither one can put together a run to seal this off. Absolute deadlock for the best player on our ladder. Phantom snaps the streak and moves to 15-14, putting him at match point. Quick exchange there, barely 2.5 seconds to end it. Wow, he picks him off the Tetris to tie it at 15-15 and reach match point. Man, he just won't let the door close. Took nearly 4 seconds to nail that one.
Counter-terrorists win. Terrorists win. Terrorists win. Terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win. Terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win. Terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win.
He finally breaks that head-to-head curse in overtime. He had to dig deep to take this one from Catalyst. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom take the stage on orange, with the favorite facing a tough test. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, yet he just dropped the first round to an opponent he typically handles with ease. It is a strange start considering Phantom also won their most recent encounter, 39. We have to see if Havoc can actually sustain this upset. Phantom pulls ahead 2-1, regaining his composure. The best player on the ladder is asserting his rank. These rounds are flying by. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss to Catalyst earlier today. Whoa, Phantom knocks him off the ramp and survives by a thread to make it 3-2. Insane, he's barely clinging to life after that one. Unreal, both players trade heavy damage in a total bloodbath, but he scrapes through to make it 4-2. Havoc strikes back to keep it 3-4. He's struggling through a tough 3-15 run today. Wow, both players nearly delete each other, but he survives with 13 HP to make it 3-5. 4 times now he's escaped with under 30 HP. Havoc narrows it to 4-5, staying right in it. Fastest kill of the match so far. Havoc levels the playing field at 5-5. Phantom typically holds the edge in their head-to-head history. Boom! He makes it 3 in a row to take the lead before the break. Fastest 3-round stretch we've seen yet. 6 at the half. Havoc is playing way above his rank here, pushing the world #1 to a dead heat. Phantom has a 64% win rate in this matchup, but he's struggling to pull away. Side swap, fresh start. Unreal. He survives a total slugfest by a hair to take a 7-6 lead. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Havoc ties it up at 7-7, we're deadlocked. Highest rated guy on the ladder is fighting for every inch here. Insane. They both tear into each other in a total war, but he survives with just 8 HP to make it 8-7. Man, 5 times. Now he's escaped with a sliver of health. Clean kill. He doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 3 in a row. Coming off a strong 12-6 run over the last day. Keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Phantom to take a 3-round lead. Another fast one, barely 2 seconds of action. He's simply not stopping. 5 in a row for Phantom to make it 7-11. Mirroring that 1916 result from an hour ago. Havoc snaps the streak with a clean kill, bringing it to 8-11. Quickest kill we've seen since the side swapped. He doesn't take a single point of damage for 2 in a row, showing real resilience to make it 9-11. The underdog is refusing to go away here. He wins another slugfest. That's 3 straight for Havoc as he claws back from a 4-round deficit. Complete reversal of momentum in just a few minutes. Phantom shuts down the comeback with a clean kill to reach match point. 12-10. The favorite puts his foot back on the gas. He doesn't take a hit, extending this run to keep Phantom at match point 11-12. Unreal. He doesn't take a hit to break the streak and force overtime at 12. Wow, he just erased that lead in a heartbeat. Phantom just snatches the lead back. We are heading straight for a total toss up here. Top quartile versus the best player in the league. Absolute chaos. They both shred each other in a frantic exchange, but Phantom barely survives to make it 12-14. 6 times now he's survived on a sliver of health. Boom! He doesn't take a hit to snap the streak and reach match point. Total shutdown, barely a second of action there. Boom. He closes it out with 4 straight to take the map. He just kept winning those low HP scrambles in overtime. Havoc played out of his mind, but Phantom's experience showed he had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League! Catalyst and Havoc take on Dunes, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Whoa, Havoc survives a scrap from the box with just 25 HP to lead 1-0. Havoc has a 58% win rate here, which is a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggles on this map. While Catalyst is the higher rated player on the ladder, the map edge is clearly swinging this in Havoc's favor. Question is whether Catalyst can adapt before the gap widens. Boom, Catalyst digs deep to snap that run and bring the score to 2-3. The highest rated guy on the ladder showing he can compete. Unreal, he doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 2 in a row. 2 seconds again, he's just not letting him breathe. Havoc claws back the lead at 4-2. Our number 3 on the ladder fighting a tough slide. Havoc pushes ahead to 5-2, keeping the pressure on. Havoc shaking off a 7-loss streak in his last 10. Havoc snaps the run with a sub-second kill, taking 3 in a row. Quite a flip from their 13-8 clash on Mappas. Insane. He survives with just 5 HP to make it 4 in a row. Barely hanging on, but he finds the way. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row for Havoc. Opposite of how his last 10 games have gone. 6 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit before the half ends. Just wraps the half for him. 3-9. This is a total shock given the head-to-head history where Catalyst wins 73% of their meetings. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. We'll see if Catalyst can stop the bleeding after the switch. Time for a total reset. Catalyst picks him off the box to keep this comeback rolling. Coming off a 13-6 day so far. Catalyst takes him from the box. That's 3 in a row and the gap is closing fast. Our number 3 on the ladder finally finding his footing. Another one. He makes it 3 in a row to bring the score to 6-9. Our top 5 player is starting to look like the favorite. Wow, he doesn't take a single point of damage for 4 in a row. Exactly what we expected from the favorite once he woke up. Havoc cuts the run short to put it at 7-10. A top quartile player keeping it tight against the ladder's third. Clean as can be. He doesn't take a hit as he keeps this comeback alive. 8-10. He's proving why he's rank 3 on the ladder. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other any room to breathe. He digs in again to make it 9-11, refusing to let this lead slip away. A much slower pace to get this one back. Havoc puts a stop to that run, moving to 12-9 and reaching match point. The underdog is completely flipping the script on the favorite. Boom. Doesn't take a hit on the final kill to take the map. He really used that map advantage to pull off the upset. Catalyst fought back, but he just couldn't close it. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom take on the arena today where the favorite faces a tough test. Catalyst holds a 322-258 lead in their head-to-head history. He also took their most recent meeting in a close one, which explains why he looks so comfortable here. The question is if Phantom can shake that mental hurdle. He doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Catalyst. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, but it's not showing. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst. Tough look for the best player on the ladder. He just won't stop. 5 in a row for Catalyst. The favorite just isn't showing up. Unreal. A total bloodbath where Phantom survives on just 3 HP to snap the run. Insane to see him survive that with practically nothing left. Catalyst is playing with a 74% win rate on this map. That's a strong historical edge, but he's coming off a loss to Havoc in his most recent match. The question is if Phantom can use that momentum to keep chipping away at the lead. Phantom catches him from the Tetris, making it 4 in a row as he claws back into this. The favorite finally looks like the best player on the ladder. Boom. He wipes the slate clean to tie this up at 5-5, making it 5 in a row. Quickest kill of the match to lock in that tie. 6 in a row, he takes the lead, 5-6, and carries this momentum into the break. Perfect timing to wrap the half. 6 at the break. This is tracking expectations as neither player can pull away. Phantom just came off a 6-round streak to wipe out Catalyst's early lead, leaving this wide open for the second half. Side swap, fresh start. He edges out the tray to take a 7-6 lead, showing real resilience after that early deficit. Fastest kill we've seen in a few rounds. Phantom strikes back to deadlock this at 7-7. Tough look for the best player on the ladder. Phantom picks him off the ramp to take the lead 7-8, continuing this resilient climb. The favorite finally has the cushion he wanted. A battle on the ramp ends with him coming out on top to make it 7-9. A much faster exchange than the last. Phantom is playing exactly like the favorite right now. Catalyst narrows it to 8-9, keeping this tight. The ladder's top player is feeling the pressure here. Phantom wins the exchange to go up 10-8, continuing his climb after that early deficit. The highest rated guy on the ladder is firmly in control. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to make it 8-11, continuing this impressive climb. Clean win, keeping the pressure high. He doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 3 in a row. Match point. Pure speed on that last exchange. Boom! He shuts the door from the box to complete the comeback and take the map. He finally puts a dent in that head-to-head record. Catalyst played his heart out, but he just couldn't stop that second half surge. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Phantom are facing off on red line where the favorite looks to keep their lead. Havoc takes him from the ramp to get on the board early. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, starts slow here. Phantom leads the head-to-head, 812, 459 over the long term. He usually has the upper hand in this rivalry, making this slow start a real anomaly. The question is whether Phantom can lean on that history to flip the script. Phantom answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to make it 3-1. The favorite finally settles in after that shaky start. Havoc surges ahead to make it 4-1. He's coming off a 14-7 run over the last day. Havoc dominates the set, pushing it to 5-1. The best player on the ladder is struggling to answer. A scrap of a round, but he wins it to make that 3 in a row. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is struggling. Unreal, he doesn't even take damage to make it 4 in a row. The top-rated guy on the ladder is getting outplayed. 5 in a row, he's just not letting up, pushing the score to 8-1. Under a second for that kill. Phantom snaps the run with a clean kill to make it 8-2. He's the #1 rated player on the ladder for a reason. Phantom is 14-7 in the last 24 hours, showing he's in a much stronger vein of form than Havoc. This momentum matches their most recent meeting, where Phantom also came out on top. The question is whether he can carry this surge all the way to a comeback. Havoc leads 8-4 at the break. We expected the #1 player to take control, but Havoc is playing the spoiler here. He used a 5-round streak to flip the script on the favorite. Side swap time for a reset. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives by a hair to make it 8-5. Insane, he just barely held on to that one. He picks Havoc right off the ramp, continuing this resilient climb back into the match. Catches him off the ramp from the Tetris, making that 3 in a row. The ladder favorite is finally flipping the momentum. He shuts the door from the ramp to make it 4 in a row, tying this up at 8-8. Complete reversal of fortunes in just 4 rounds. Phantom doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row for the leader, taking the lead 9-8. Havoc catches him from the ramp to snap the run and tie it at 9-9. Havoc is fighting hard despite that 4-16 run over the last day. Phantom takes it from the ramp to reclaim the lead, 10-9. The ladder's top-rated guy is finally reclaiming his territory. He knocks Havoc off the ramp without taking a hit, extending the lead to 11-9. Wow, a complete slugfest. He survives with just 14 HP to make it 10-11. Insane, barely hanging on to keep this close. Havoc picks him off the ramp to tie this up. We are headed straight for a deadlock. Phantom, the best player in the league, is completely stalled. Boom! He doesn't even take a hit to reach match point, capping off an incredible climb after being down 7. Game over. Phantom closes it out without taking a hit, completing an incredible climb after being down 7. Havoc really pushed him to the limit this time. He almost broke the streak in this rivalry. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Havoc take it to Italy, where the favorite looks to keep his lead. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history, while Havoc actually took their most recent meeting. Catalyst usually owns this matchup. The question is if Havoc can break that long-term pattern today. Havoc pushes the lead 2-1, keeping the pressure on. Catalyst, rank 3 on the ladder, is struggling here. He keeps it rolling, 3 in a row for Havoc. Havoc just took a 13-9 win over him earlier today. He snaps back immediately with a clean kill to make it 2-3. Fastest kill of the match so far. Catalyst evens it up. We're deadlocked at 3-3. Havoc's been struggling today with a 4-17 record. Whoa! Havoc knocks him off the Tetris and barely survives with a sliver of health to lead 4-3, leaving on the edge with just 20 health left. Catalyst strikes back to tie it up at 4-4. Pure speed on that one, under a second. Havoc takes him from the wine to nudge ahead again. The underdog is actually holding the edge on this map. Catalyst is 13-8 in the last 24 hours, but he's coming into this after 2 straight losses. He's fighting to shake off a rough hour and find some stability here. The question is whether Havoc can keep this momentum going. Six at the half. This is tracking expectations with the higher rated Catalyst unable to pull away. Havoc's 45% win rate on Italy is showing as he keeps this set completely level. Side swap, fresh. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a 7-6 grip on this. The top 5% talent on the ladder is starting to show. Catalyst pulls further ahead now, leading 8-6. The favorite is starting to assert himself here. Back to a dead heat. Havoc prevents the streak from growing and brings this right back to a 1-round difference. Catalyst takes it from the wine to push this lead to 2 rounds. Rank 3 on the ladder, asserting his position here. Catalyst surges ahead to a 10-7 command. The higher rated player is finally pulling away. He doesn't miss 3 in a row for Catalyst to make it 11-7. He's looking to bounce back from those 2 straight losses earlier. Havoc shuts him down with a clean kill to make it 11-8. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, refuses to go away. Catalyst wins the exchange to make it 12-8, putting him on match point. The favorite is firmly back in control here. Boom. He shuts the door without taking a single hit to win the map 13-8. He stops the bleeding and gets his first win of the hour. Havoc kept it tight, but he just couldn't close it out. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom are facing off in the arena where the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom is currently the best player on our ladder, while Catalyst usually has the upper hand in their head-to-head history. Phantom took their most recent meeting 13-8. The question is if Catalyst can reverse that trend here. Phantom stays perfect with 3 in a row, leaving Catalyst without a response. The best player on our ladder is making it look easy. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. Catalyst usually holds the edge in their head-to-head history. Finally, Catalyst answers back to make it 1-4. Still the heavy favorite in this matchup despite the slip. Whoa! A total slugfest. He barely scrapes through that one to make it 1-5. Our best player on the ladder is just too steady. Catalyst carries a 74% win rate on this map. Despite that historical edge, he's struggling to find an answer for the best player on the ladder today. We have to wonder if he can actually flip the script. Boom, he shuts down the comeback attempt and makes it 4 in a row. The ladder's top-rated player is in complete control. Unreal. A total brawl where he barely survives with 25 HP to make it 5 in a row. Insane, he survives on a sliver of health after a brutal exchange to wrap the half at 2-9. Another nail-biter survives with just 12 HP. 3-9. Catalyst entered as the favorite, but he is getting outplayed. Phantom just rolled through a 5-round streak to put the number 3 player on the ropes. Catalyst needs a total reset to avoid the upset. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom picks him off the ramp, keeping the lead wide open. Coming off a strong 15-7 run over the last day. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just reacting faster today. The one guy on the ladder is simply too sharp. He shuts down the comeback attempt instantly. Phantom's at match point with a lead of 12-3. Gone in under 2 seconds. Game over. He doesn't even take a hit in a 1-second blast to take the map. He completely ignores Catalyst's map history here. Phantom's just too fast today, ending one of those rounds in under a second. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom take on Fast Aim, with the favorite looking to keep a strong streak alive. Phantom leads the head-to-head 813 to 459, and that historical edge is showing here. He is the best player on our ladder, facing someone in the top quartile, but the gap in skill is looking wider than the rankings suggest. We have to see if Havoc can find an answer. A slow burn that ends with Phantom unscathed, 3 in a row, coming off that 13-3 blowout against Catalyst. Another clean one for him, that's 4 in a row, and he didn't take a single point of damage. The best player on our ladder isn't giving an inch. Havoc catches him from the ramp, snapping off the streak to make it 1-4. Whoa, a quick 2.2 second snap to get on the board. Phantom wins the race on the ramp, keeping the lead comfortably at 5-1. Quick reaction there, just 1.8 seconds to settle it. Havoc has struggled with a 4-18 record in the last 24 hours, making this sudden push quite unexpected. He is fighting against a tide of poor form and a heavy favorite in Phantom. The question is whether this is a genuine shift in momentum. Phantom holds a 6-3 grip as we hit round 9. Phantom is still coming off a 16-7 day despite the wobble. A ramp battle that ends with Phantom coming out on top to extend the lead to 8-3. Just like their last meeting on red line. Phantom looms large with an 8-3 cushion here. The best player on the ladder is firmly in control. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead. This tracks perfectly with the pre-match read, as the top-rated player on the ladder is playing exactly to his 67% win rate on Fast Aim. Havoc needs a big shift after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc claws one back, trailing Phantom 4-9 now. Quick 2.1 second burst to keep this competitive. He's coming off a tough 8-13 loss to Catalyst. Phantom takes him from the ramp to push the lead to 11-4. Phantom, rank 1 on the ladder, refuses to let him linger. A ramp battle that goes to Phantom, and now he's just 2 rounds away from closing this out. Phantom catches him from the ramp to hit match point, taking 3 in a row. The heavy favorite is just too consistent here. Havoc denies him a clean sweep, walking away without a scratch to make it 5-12. Clean break there, not letting him cruise to the finish. Boom. Phantom shuts it down without taking a hit to win the map 13-5. He just lived up to that #1 ranking. Havoc fought hard, but he couldn't close the gap today. Welcome to Orange. Catalyst and Havoc face off now with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate in their head-to-head history. He is the higher rated player on the ladder. But Havoc has the historical edge on this specific map. We have to see if that map comfort can override the overall gap in skill. Havoc leads 2-1 and is currently controlling the pace. Our rank 3 player is starting to flex that ladder gap. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to react. Coming off a rough 4-19 run today. Havoc pushes the lead to 3-2 right now. Clean trade, gone in just over a second. Catalyst ties it up 3-3, we're totally deadlocked. He's currently the third best player on the ladder. Wow! A total brawl that almost went both ways. Catalyst survives that chaos for 3 in a row. Barely escaped that one with 21 HP. Boom. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row. Favorite is completely taking over here. Havoc snaps the run with a clean hit, bringing it to 5-4. Havoc is entering this stretch with a 419 record over the last 24 hours. He is struggling to find any consistency today, which explains why Catalyst is starting to pull away. The question is whether Havoc can break this slump before the halftime break. Catalyst leads 8-4 at the break. This half played out exactly as expected, with the higher rated player overcoming Havoc's map advantage. Catalyst used a 4-round streak to pull away and secure a comfortable cushion. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst extends the gap to 8-5 after that burst. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, stays in this. Both players hit each other, but he survives the exchange to make it 8-6. Tough break for the favorite to lose 2 straight here. Catalyst answers back to make it 9-6. Coming off a 14-9 run over the last day. Catalyst hits double digits, now leading 10-6. Gone in just over a second. Havoc is refusing to go away, keeping this much closer than the head-to-head history would suggest. He breaks the streak and keeps this comeback alive, cutting the lead to 10-8. The underdog is starting to flip the script here. Catalyst answers back immediately, putting a stop to that little run by Havoc. Just like their last meeting on AIM Italy P. Havoc doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this comeback alive at 11-9. Both players land shots in a scrappy exchange, but Catalyst survives to reach match point at 12-9. Rough exchange, but he holds the line. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He overcomes a map he usually struggles with to keep that head-to-head dominance going. Catalyst just has Havoc's number. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom are taking it to Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom has a 63% win rate on this map, which is a huge gap compared to how Catalyst usually performs here. While Catalyst has the overall head-to-head lead, he's struggling to find a way through the best player on our ladder. The question is if Catalyst can flip the script today. Phantom edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Catalyst. Our best player on the ladder feels the heat now. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. The best player on the ladder is making it look easy. Phantom grabs a 3-2 lead, staying firmly in control. The number 3 guy on the ladder keeps it close. Catalyst fights back to lock this at 3-3. 1 second is all it took to tie this up. He's on fire. 3 in a row for Catalyst to take a 4-3 lead. The heavy favorite is finally feeling the pressure. Phantom halts the run, evening the score at 4-4. The best player on the ladder refuses to stay down. Phantom naps the lead, making it 5-4. Coming off a dominant 13-3 win in their last meeting. He's rolling now 3 in a row for Phantom to push the score to 6-4. The best player on the ladder is asserting his authority. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit, narrowing the gap to 5-6 before the break. 5-7 at the break. Phantom is defying the odds and pushing for an upset here. His 63% win rate on Dunes is showing as the underdog holds the lead over the favorite. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom is riding a 5-win streak in his last 10 games, and it is showing in how he handles the pressure here. He is playing with a lot of confidence after that lopsided win over Catalyst earlier today. The question is whether Catalyst can find a way to break this momentum. Phantom pulls away to a 9-6 cushion. The number 3 guy on the ladder refuses to fade. He snaps the streak and makes it 2 in a row, showing real resilience to bring this to 7-9. The favorite is starting to look like the threat again. Phantom strikes back to make it 10-7. The best player on the ladder is playing his part. Wow, a total brawl. Catalyst survives that scrap to bring it within 2. Insane, he holds on with just 32 health. Phantom just needs 2 more. He's pulling ahead again and the window is closing for Catalyst. The best player on the ladder is simply too consistent. He stays gritty, digging back in to make it 9-11. Pure mirror match, same time and health as the last one. A lightning fast kill for Phantom to reach match point, making it 12-9. Unreal. A total bloodbath that he survives to make it 10-12, showing incredible resilience here. Boom! Phantom wins the scrap and takes the map. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the number 1 guy proves why he's top of the ladder. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Phantom are facing off on orange, where the favorite looks for another strong win. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, and usually that gap in rating shows up early. He also beat Havoc in their last meeting, so we have to wonder if Havoc can actually flip the script today. Phantom leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. The best player on our ladder is starting to pull away. He keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Phantom. Coming off a strong 18-7 day so far. Both players hit their marks, but Havoc comes out on top to make it 3-2. Tight window there, but he holds on with 48 HP. Phantom strikes back to reclaim a 4-2 cushion. Insane speed there, barely a second to decide it. Havoc narrows it to 3-4 after a clutch play. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, refuses to go away. Havoc takes him from the ramp, completely erasing Phantom's early lead to tie it up. Underdog flipping the script after that 5-13 loss earlier. Phantom edges it 5-4 after a 10 straight. Clean hit there, not a single point of damage taken. Havoc levels the playing field at 5-5. The best player on our ladder is feeling the pressure now. Havoc takes him from the ramp, putting together 3 in a row to seize the lead. Barely 4 seconds to decide that one. Havoc leads 7-5. This is a total shock given Phantom holds a 64% head-to-head win rate over him. The underdog is outplaying the world #1 right now, and he has the momentum heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc holds a slim 7-6 edge here. Fast reaction there, barely 3 seconds to decide it. Phantom fights back to deadlock this at 7-7. Insane speed, barely a second and a half to decide it. Boom, Phantom snaps the run and takes 3 in a row to lead 8-7. The world #1 is reclaiming control here. Wow, a complete slugfest where he barely hangs on to make it 4 in a row. Whoa, barely 24 HP left on that one. He breaks the run. Havoc pulls it back to 8-9. 2 seconds was all it took to snap that run. Havoc ties it up at 9-9. We are deadlocked. The world #1 is being pushed to the limit here. Phantom naps the lead, making it 10-9. Quick reaction there, barely 2 seconds to decide it. Phantom is pulling ahead again. 3 wins in a row puts him in a great spot to close this out. Coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Catalyst just now. Phantom picks him off the ramp to reach match point. Favorite is proving too much for the underdog to handle. Wow, he denies him instantly. Havoc stays resilient to keep this alive at 10-12. Under a second to decide that one. Game over. Phantom shuts him down without taking a hit to take the map. Havoc pushed him way closer than that last meeting, but he just couldn't find the final few rounds. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Havoc take on Fast Aim today, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Catalyst has won 73% of their all-time meetings. It is a heavy historical edge though. Havoc is playing much better here than his 421 record today suggests. We have to see if the ladder gap actually matters in this set. Catalyst picks him up from the ramp, tying things up at 2-2. Our number 3 guy on the ladder is waking up. Havoc wins the scramble on the ramp to put a 3-round cushion between them. The top quartile player is punching up today. Havoc leads 3-2 as Catalyst fights to stay alive. Quick work there, ending it in under 3 seconds. Havoc pulls ahead 4-2, putting the pressure on. He's flipping the script after that 39 loss to him earlier. Havoc is 421 in the last 24 hours, which makes this current lead even more surprising. He's playing far above his recent form and is effectively ignoring the ranking gap between them. The question is whether he can sustain this against the number 3 player on the ladder. Catalyst picks him off the ramp, snapping the streak and making it 4-5. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Boom! He doesn't even take a hit, erasing the deficit to tie it at 5-5. Just over a second to put this back on even. Havoc retakes the lead 6-5 just before the break. That wraps up the first half with a 1-round lead. Havoc leads 7-5. This is a genuine surprise given Catalyst wins 73% of their head-to-head meetings. The underdog is outplaying the favorite here, and Catalyst needs to stop the bleeding after the side switch. Side swap time for a Havoc extends his grip to 8-5 over Catalyst. Fast work taking that one in just over a second. Havoc surges to 9-5, leaving Catalyst in the dust. He's playing way above that number 11 spot on the ladder. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row for Havoc. A complete reversal of their last meeting on Orange. Havoc catches him from the toolbox for 4 in a row, leaving Catalyst at 5-11. Havoc is playing way better than his 10% recent form suggests. He keeps it rolling for 5 in a row, and now Havoc is on match point. Taking that one in under 4 seconds. The favorite is completely frozen out here. Unreal. He shuts the door from the ramp to take the map. He just completely dismantled the head-to-head history here. Havoc finally gets one over Catalyst in a long time. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom meet in the arena where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to start things off. Leaning into that historical edge he has over Phantom. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, yet he's currently struggling to handle Catalyst. He actually beat Catalyst in their most recent meeting, so it's a question of whether he can flip the script here. Catalyst leads 2-1 as Phantom fights to stay alive, coming off a 19-7 run over the last day. Phantom ties it up. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. The best player on the ladder is making his case. He just can't be stopped. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. The ladder's top seed is asserting his rank here. Catalyst answers back instantly to tie it at 3-3. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Unreal. Catalyst takes it from the ramp with just 7 HP left, breaking the streak to lead 4-3. Insane. He's just refusing to go down. Boom, he catches him completely clean for 3 in a row. That was a total blur, just over a... He's not slowing down. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst to lead 6-3. Both players hit each other hard, but he comes out on top. That's 5 in a row. Hard to believe the best player on the ladder is this far behind. He keeps it rolling 6 in a row for Catalyst as he wraps up the half leading 8-3. A tough look for the favorite before they switch sides. Catalyst takes a 9-3 lead. This tracks perfectly with pre-match expectations as the favorite uses his 74% map win rate to bury Phantom early. We'll see if the top seed can dig out of this hole. Phantom needs a total reset here. Phantom is currently on a 7-win streak in his last 10 games. He's carrying that momentum into this match to challenge the head-to-head lead Catalyst holds. The question is if he can keep this pace to close the gap. Catalyst cruises to 10-4, leaving Phantom in the dust. The number 3 guy on the ladder is just in control. Phantom claws one back, but Catalyst still leads 10-5, coming off a 13-10 win in their last meeting. Phantom is picking up speed and the gap is starting to shrink fast. The best player on the ladder is starting to look like it. Catches him off the ramp from the Tetris, making it 3 in a row. Our highest rated player is finally asserting that gap. Catalyst shuts it down instantly, moving to 11-7. Quick snap back to take that one. Phantom is chipping away at this lead, making it a 3-round gap as he keeps fighting back. He's coming off a 13-10 win against him recently. He deletes him without taking a single hit to reach match point at 12-8. Cleanest kill of the set right there. The underdog is firmly in the driver's seat. Game over. He doesn't take a single hit to secure the win and take the map 13-8. He just had Phantom's number all day. That huge run in the first half was the difference maker here. Welcome to Mapas. Havoc takes on Phantom today with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, and the scoreline is already reflecting that gap in quality. He's coming off a 19-8 run in the last 24 hours. While Havoc has struggled to find any traction today, the question is whether Havoc can break this trend early. Havoc catches Phantom right off the blue to keep this close. Coming off a 13-5 win against Catalyst earlier. Phantom leads 3-1, putting Havoc in a deep hole. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is staying composed. Phantom holds a narrow 3-2 edge over Havoc. Quick exchange, but he survives with 45 HP. Havoc is suddenly the one with all the momentum here, erasing that lead to tie things up. The rank 1 player is looking vulnerable here. He doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Havoc to take the lead. 4-3. Insane, he didn't even take a scratch that time. Phantom answers back here to tie it up 4-4. Phantom leads their head-to-head history 815 to 459. Phantom edges ahead 5-4 to reclaim the lead. Phantom's 70% win rate on this map is starting to show. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Going in under 2 seconds. Havoc catches him from the ramp to keep it tight before the break. Fast exchange to keep this within 1. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the top-ranked player holding a slim advantage. Both players traded 3-round streaks, but Phantom's 64% head-to-head win rate is keeping him in control. Side swap time for a reset. Havoc is sitting at 521 in the last 24 hours. He's struggling for consistency today, and the weight of that slump is starting to show against the league's best. It's getting harder for him to find an answer here.
Terrorists win.
Snaps that streak right there, making it 2 in a row to pull within 1. Underdog is actually flipping the script here. Phantom pulls ahead 9-7 to regain the upper hand. Just like that 13-10 result in their last meeting. He takes a few hits but manages to win the trade, pulling it back to 8-9. The highest rated guy on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom pushes it to 10-8, widening the gap again. Gone in just over a second. He doesn't take a single hit to bring it to 9-10, showing real resilience in this comeback. The underdog is refusing to go away here. Unreal, he doesn't take a hit to tie it up, 10-10, completing a gritty climb back into this match. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives by a thread to make it 3 in a row, 11-10. Living on the edge with that low health survival. Wow, he catches Phantom from the ramp to make it 4 straight match point for Havoc. The heavy favorite is completely reeling right now. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to win 5 straight and take the map. He just took down the best player on the ladder despite that brutal slump he's been in. Huge upset here, what a fight. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Havoc are facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking for a strong win today. Havoc wins the race on the ramp to take the opening round. Catalyst, rank 3 on the ladder, needs a response here. Havoc catches him right on the ramp to keep the streak alive. He's coming off a 13-5 win against him earlier. Another one, he makes it 3 in a row to take a 3-0 lead. The favorite's historical edge isn't showing yet. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to break the run, showing some real resilience here. Clean finish, barely 2 seconds of action. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 2 in a row to keep this fight alive. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Havoc takes him from the ramp to push the lead to 4-2. He's currently battling through a 6:21 day. Catalyst knocks him off the planks to bring this within 1. Pure reflex battle, 5 seconds of chaos right there. He's keeping his health high in these. Wow, he erases the deficit to tie it 4-4, completing a gutsy climb back into this match. The favorite is finally playing to his race. Havoc regains the lead, 5-4, snatching the momentum back. Less than a second for that kill. Havoc takes him from the wine box to push this lead to 6-4. The top 5% player is struggling to hold this lead. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to bring it to 5-6 before the break. Tough way to end the half, barely surviving with 36 health. 5-7 Havoc. We're seeing a surprise here as the underdog holds the lead despite Catalyst winning 73% of their head-to-head history. Havoc is ignoring the rankings and playing the favorite tough. Side swap, fresh start. Unreal. He walks away without taking a single hit to make it 6-7, continuing this gutsy climb. Rank 3 on the ladder, refusing to let the lead slip further. Havoc is currently 6-21 in the last 24 hours, but he's playing the best game of his day right here. This scoreline is a complete reversal of their historical head-to-head, and it feels like he's finally broken the mental block. The question is whether Catalyst can find a way to stop this slide. Havoc pulls ahead 9-7, keeping the pressure on. Quick trade, barely over a second of action. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to push the lead to 11-7. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, is simply outplaying him. Catalyst doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to bring it to 8-10. Cleanest kill of the match so far. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to push this lead back to 3. Took a bit longer this time, but he gets the result. Slower pace this time, but he still gets the result. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 9-11, continuing this climb back into the game. Refusing to let the underdog close this out easily. Havoc picks him off the ramp to reach match point 12-9. Boom, Havoc shuts it down from the ramp to win the map. He just completely flipped the script on that head-to-head history. Catalyst couldn't find the answer to those sub 1 second reactions today. Welcome to Italy. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off, with the favorite looking for a strong victory today. Phantom catches him right off the wine to take the opening round. The best player on the ladder starts things off strong. Phantom holds a 66% win rate on this map. He's leaning into that historical edge to offset the fact that Catalyst usually wins their head-to-head meetings. The question is whether Catalyst can flip the script here. Both players land heavy hits, but he survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder looks locked in. He barely takes a scratch to make it 4 in a row. The best player on the ladder is playing like it. He deletes him in a second. 5 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder is making it look easy. Catches him from the Tetris for 6 in a row. The best player on the ladder is living up to the billing. Whoa! Catalyst snaps the run with a clean hit to make it 2-6. The rank 3 player showing why he's a top 5% threat. Catalyst takes him off the Tetris and now the momentum is shifting back his way. Just like that 13-8 win he took over Phantom earlier. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Our best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom catches him from the wine to make it 3-7. The best player on the ladder regains control. Catalyst holds a 55% win rate in their head-to-head history. He has a clear psychological edge over Phantom and is proving it again by keeping this close. The question is if he can actually pull off the upset here. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the pre-match expectations here, using that 66% map win rate to keep Catalyst off balance. Catalyst tried to claw back with a 3-round run, but Phantom stays in the driver's seat. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom extends the lead to 8-5. Boom, deletes him in under a second. The best player on the ladder is taking control here. Phantom pushes it to 9-5, extending the gap. The highest rated guy on the ladder is simply too sharp. Catalyst snipes him right off the wine to keep this close. He's playing against the guy with a 70% win rate in his last 10. Catalyst cuts it to 6-10, still hanging in there. Fastest kill of the match so far. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. Phantom knocks him off the wine to make it 3 in a row and he's now at match point. Whoa, Catalyst answers back to keep the match alive. Phantom is still at match point, refuses to go down without a fight. He catches him from the Tetris for 2 in a row and Phantom is still at match point. Cleanest kill of the sequence. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit to make it 3 in a row. Absolute shutdown, not letting him breathe for a second. Boom, boom. He wipes him off the Tetris to take the map 13-9. He finally gets one over Catalyst in a while, proving that map edge was the real deal today. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Phantom are facing off on Dunes, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, but is facing someone who just beat him in their last meeting. Havoc has the confidence from that recent win, and is looking to prove the rating gap doesn't matter here. All square at 1 apiece for Havoc and Phantom. He's the best player on the ladder right now. Phantom edges ahead, leading it 2-1. He's coming off a strong 29 days so far. And again, 3 in a row for Phantom, who now leads 3-1. The best player on the ladder is asserting his authority. Havoc catches him from the box to break the run, pulling it back to 2-3. A top quartile matchup, and it's anyone's game. Havoc fights back to tie it up at 3-all. Whoa, that was a blink and you miss it kill. Havoc keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, taking the lead, 4-3. The underdog flipping the script here. Phantom answers back without taking a hit, tying it up at 4-4. Phantom holds the long-term edge in their head-to-head history. Unreal Havoc knocks him off the box and survives with just 10 HP to lead 5-4. Insane, he's playing with a sliver of health. Havoc has a 58% win rate on this map over 1,000 matches. He's playing comfortably in a familiar environment, which explains why he's currently disregarding the rating gap. The question is whether Phantom can find an answer before this slides further. Havoc leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the rankings here, putting the world #1 on his heels. Phantom wins 64% of their lifetime meetings, but Havoc has the momentum heading into the second half. Sides, swap, time for a reset. Havoc pulls further ahead, now leading 8-5. Wow, was a lightning fast exchange. He's riding a free win streak right now. Insane, he survives a total bloodbath with only 13 HP to keep this comeback alive. Man, both of them are dancing on the edge of death. Havoc pushes it to 9-6, widening the gap. Just like that 13-10 win for him on Blame Mappas earlier. Phantom answers with a clean kill, showing some real resilience to keep this close at 9-7. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 2 in a row as he claws back into this. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row, tying this up at 9-9. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row, taking a 10-9 lead. He doesn't take a hit to make it 5 in a row, taking a 9-11 lead. The favorite is finally taking control of the server. 6 in a row for Phantom. He's fought back from a 3-round deficit and now has match point. Total shutdown in under 3 seconds. Whoa, he claws this one back in a total scrap to keep the dream alive at 10-12. Man, he just barely clung on with 18 HP. Boom, 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 boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out, completing the comeback and taking the map. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't stop that second half surge. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Havoc are facing off on red line with the favorite looking for a strong win today. Havoc catches him right there on the ramp to take an early lead. He's already taken a map of him today. Catalyst holds a 72% win rate in their head-to-head history, but that dominance is feeling distant right now. Havoc just beat him in their last meeting and seems to have the mental edge today. We have to wonder if the favorite can flip the switch. Havoc cruises to a 3-1 lead, totally in control. Catalyst is currently the number 4 player on the ladder. Catalyst catches him right on the ramp to keep this close. He's coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Phantom. Catalyst fights back to lock this at 3-3. That was a blink, and you miss it. Kill. Havoc nudges ahead, 4-3 to reclaim the lead. Pure speed on that kill, just over a second. Catalyst has a 79% win rate on this map, over 1,000 matches. Despite that historical edge, he's struggling to put it together after a rough 16-13 day. The question is whether he can translate those career stats into a comeback here. Havoc takes it from the ramp to extend his lead to 2. The underdog is flipping the script today. Havoc edges it 6-5, barely holding the advantage. Sub-second kill to keep this. We're all square at 6-6. This is tracking with a pre-match read, though Havoc is playing the favorite, much tougher than that 72% head-to-head win rate suggests. It's a toss-up heading into the second half. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst grabs the lead, 7-6, shifting the momentum. Our number 4 player on the ladder is starting to pull away. Catalyst pushes to 8-6, widening the gap. Havoc is fighting a tough 7-22 day overall. He picks him right off the ramp, 3 in a row for Catalyst. The top quartile player is feeling the pressure now. Catalyst catches him on the box. That's 4 in a row. Quick reflex on that one, just under a second and a half. Both players trade heavy damage, but he survives the scrap to make it 5 in a row. Unreal. He manages to scrape through that one with under 50 HP. 6 in a row for Catalyst. He's now at match point, leading 12-6. The favorite has completely seized control of this one. Whoa, he snaps that streak right at match point. Havoc keeps his hopes alive, 12-7. Just a blink of an eye to keep the dream alive. He does it again. That's 2 in a row for Havoc, making it 12-8. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is playing exactly like he did in their last meeting. Havoc catches him from the ramp for 4 in a row, refusing to let this match slip. Our number 4 player is suddenly fighting for his life. Insane, he wipes him off the ramp to make it 5 in a row, fighting back from 6 down. Wow, he just completely erased that lead. Boom, boom, boom. He shuts the door with a clean kill to win it 13-11. He really had to dig deep to stop that momentum. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit today. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom take on Fast Aim today with the favorite looking to secure a strong win. Phantom is currently the best player on the ladder, yet Catalyst leads their head-to-head record with 323 wins. It is a strange dynamic where the overall favorite is fighting against a player who historically knows how to beat him. The question is whether Phantom can reclaim that control today. Catalyst pushes ahead 2-1, putting Phantom on the back foot. Phantom is coming off a 13-10 win against Havoc. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. The best player on the ladder is struggling to respond. He denies him from the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Our best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom snaps the run here, showing some real resilience to bring it to 4-2. That was a lightning fast kill to get him back in it. Catalyst is carrying a 17-13 record over the last 24 hours. He's playing with a lot of confidence, especially since he just took a close win against Havoc before stepping into this match. The question is, if Phantom can slow this momentum down, Catalyst extends the lead to 6-3, dominating the pace. Our number 1 rated player is struggling to hold the lead. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to keep this comeback moving, bringing it to 6-4. The favorite is finally starting to bridge that gap. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to push the lead to 7-4. The 3 player on the ladder is playing the spoiler here. Catalyst leads 7-5 at the break. This tracks with pre-match expectations as the favorite holds a slim lead. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can use his 67% win rate on this map to flip the script. Side swap time for a Catalyst stretches it to 8-5, keeping the heat on. Pure speed on that kill to step the momentum. Phantom's been sharper in their most recent meeting. Catalyst hits 9-5, putting a stranglehold on this. Phantom's been stronger in their last few games. He knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The ladder's top-rated player is struggling to find an answer. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row to make it 11-5. Our 1 rated player can't find a way back in. Phantom finally breaks that run to bring it to 11-6. He's coming off a 21-9 run over the last day. Phantom is chipping away at this lead, winning the last 2 rounds in a flash. He keeps it rolling, 3 in a row for Phantom to bring this to 11-8. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally taking charge. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit. That's 4 straight for Phantom as he claws back into this. Unreal. He keeps it rolling with 5 in a row, nearly erasing that early deficit. The favorite is finally playing like the top seed on the ladder. Insane, he doesn't take a hit to tie this up at 11-11, completing a 6-round surge. Phantom catches him from the window to make it 7 in a row. Match point. Total reversal of fortune since the boom, boom. He closes it out from the ramp to win the map, completing an incredible comeback. That 8-round surge really flipped the script on Catalyst. He just couldn't stop the bleeding once he lost the lead. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on the favorite Phantom in this 1v1 rifle duel. Let's get started! Phantom is currently the best player on the ladder. And the score is already reflecting that gap. He actually beat Havoc in their last meeting just a short while ago. So he carries a lot of confidence into this one. The question is if Havoc can find a way to disrupt that momentum. He doesn't even take damage on that kill. 3 in a row for Phantom. Our best player on the ladder is playing exactly to form. He catches him on the Tetris from the box. That's 4 in a row. He's coming off a strong 22-9 day so far. He keeps it rolling. 5 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder is just too sharp. Whoa, Havoc knocks him off the box. He barely survives that exchange to break the run. Insane, he scrapes by with just 26 health. Havoc is currently 723 in the last 24 hours, which makes this sudden surge quite surprising. He has struggled in his recent matches, but he is clearly playing with a different energy right now. We have to see if he can keep this going. Phantom leads 7-2. Havoc is fighting an uphill battle. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to react today. Havoc is top quartile on the ladder and it's starting to show. Phantom holds an 8 free cushion as we hit round 11. Clean kill. He didn't take a single point of damage. Phantom leads 8-4. This half played out exactly as we expected, with the top-rated player controlling the pace. Phantom's 64% head-to-head win rate over Havoc is showing here, though Havoc managed to scrap out a few rounds. Side swap. Let's see a spark. Havoc closes the gap to 5-8, staying alive. 2 quick ones in a row for him. Phantom is usually the clear favorite in this matchup. He wipes him without taking a hit. That's 2 in a row for Havoc as he keeps climbing. Underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Unreal. He doesn't take a hit and makes it 3 in a row to pull within 1. Total shutdown. He hasn't taken a single point of damage in 3 rounds. Unreal. He makes it 4 in a row to tie this up at 8-8 after being down 5. A complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Phantom catches him from the Tetris to snap the run, making it 9-8. He's already taken 2 wins off Havoc today. Wow, he fights back to tie it at 9-9. He's showing incredible resilience after that early deficit. Neither side can pull away in this back and forth. Havoc catches him from the box to take the lead, 10-9. Clean win. He didn't take a single point of damage. Boom. He doesn't take a hit and makes it 3 in a row to lead 11-9. The underdog has completely seized control of the server. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Havoc and he's now at match point. A total reversal for the guy the ladder had as the favorite. Phantom halts the slide. He shows some real grit here to keep this series alive at 12-10. The higher rated player refusing to let this slip away. Insane. A total bloodbath that leaves him with just 3 HP to keep this comeback alive at 12-11. Absolute chaos to pull that off with basically nothing left. Unreal. He wipes him without taking a hit to tie this at 12-12 and force overtime. Complete reset as we head into overtime. Havoc wins the duel to take a 13-12 lead. He's completely flipped this script after starting down 5. Quick exchange to put him in the driver's seat. Phantom responds instantly with a clean kill to tie it at 13-13, refusing to let the lead. Phantom doesn't take a hit, snapping the run to lead 14-13 as he claws back into this. Phantom takes it again. 3 in a row for him, and he's now at match point. The favorite finally asserting his authority in the clutch. Boom! He wipes him off the box to take the map after that incredible climb. He really had to dig deep in overtime to stop that momentum. Havoc pushed the #1 player to the absolute limit. What a fight! Welcome to Orange. Catalyst and Havoc face off now, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Catalyst holds a 72% win rate in their head-to-head history. Despite that historical edge, Havoc is the one who typically performs better on this specific map. The question is whether Catalyst can translate his overall lead into a lead here. Havoc doesn't miss. 3 in a row for him, leaving Catalyst with nothing. The rank 4 player is struggling to find an answer. just not missing. 4 in a row for Havoc. Unexpected start for the favorite, who's rank 4 on the ladder. Boom! Catalyst snaps the run with a scrappy exchange to make it 1-4. He's coming off a 13-11 win against him on the red line. He's showing real resilience here, taking another round without taking a single hit. The favorite is finally starting to look like the better player. Havoc is 7-24 in the last 24 hours, making this a very unlikely run of form for him. He is fighting against the losing streak today, yet he's the one controlling the pace of this match. The question is whether he can keep this up against a top 5 player. Havoc leads 6-3, keeping the pressure on Catalyst. Both players coming off tough losses to Phantom today. These rounds are over in a blink. Havoc is just too quick for him right now. Havoc is fighting for a 3-loss streak in his last 10. Havoc pushes it to 7-4, still firmly in control. Done in just over a second. Havoc leads 8-4. The underdog is defying the rankings here, playing far above his recent form to put the favorite in a hole. Havoc's 49% map win rate is showing as he keeps the lead heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc hits 9-4, putting Catalyst in a deep hole. Both players fighting through a rough day against Phantom. Havoc makes it 10-4, nearly closing the door. Our top quartile player is playing like the favorite here. He takes a few hits, but manages to shut it down, grabbing 3 in a row. Survived that one with just 48 HP. He takes it without taking a hit, bringing the score to 5-11. Trying to avoid another result like his 11-13 loss to Phantom. He shuts it down fast to make it 12-5, match point for Havoc. Underdog completely flipping the script on the favorite. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit to seal it, and Havoc takes the map 13-5. He just completely ignored the history books today. Catalyst usually had his number, but Havoc owned this map. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom face off on Mapas, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom enters this with a 70% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to how Catalyst usually performs here. He also just beat Catalyst in their most recent meeting, so the momentum is leaning his way. The question is if Catalyst can overcome that map disadvantage. Catalyst edges ahead, now leading Phantom 2-1. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom picks him off the ramp to tie this thing back up. The best player on the ladder is starting to pull away. Phantom takes a 3-2 grip on this series. Insane speed on that kill, just under a second. He doesn't even take a hit there. 3 in a row for Phantom. Just like their last meeting on fast aim. Another clean one. That's 4 in a row for Phantom, leaving Catalyst with 2. The best player on the ladder is just playing his game. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 5 in a row. He's coming off a strong 23 in 9 days so far. Another clean win for him. That's 6 in a row, pushing the lead to 7-2. The favorite is just asserting his authority. Knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, making it 7 in a row. The league's top-rated player is in complete control. Another clean kill. He makes it 8 in a row before the break. Another one without taking a single point of damage. Phantom leads 10-2. Catalyst entered as the heavy favorite, but he is getting blown out here. That 9-round win streak for Phantom puts the underdog in a great spot to pull off the upset. Side swap, time for a reset. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head 323-263. It is a surprising contrast to how he has played today, especially since he just lost a close one to Havoc an hour ago. The question is if he can use that history to claw back into this. Phantom shuts down that mini-run, immediately keeping Catalyst at arm's length. The rank 1 player on the ladder just shut that down. Phantom snaps that round with a clean kill. He's now at match point, leading 12-4. The favorite is just playing exactly how we expected. Whoa, he catches him from the ramp to keep this match alive. A scrap with some health left on him there. Boom, boom, boom. He doesn't take a hit, making it 2 in a row to keep this alive. The underdog is finally refusing to go quiet. Unreal, he wipes him out in under a second without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. Boom, he shuts it down in under a second to take the map. He's on a tear today. Phantom just keeps finding ways to get the better of Catalyst on this map.